The Subcommittee on Energy will now come to order. Today, the subcommittee is holding a hearing entitled the Fiscal Year 2022 DOE Budget. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, today's hearing is being held remotely. All members and all witnesses will be participating via video conferencing. As part of our hearing, microphones will be set on mute for purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. And members and witnesses, you will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Documents for the record can be sent to Lino Pena Martinez and the email address that we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of today's hearing. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement. Today, the Subcommittee on Energy will hold a hearing on the President's Fiscal Year 2022 discretionary budget request and the Department of Energy's critical mission to transform and secure the nation's energy system. It is my distinct honor and high privilege to recognize and welcome Ms. Jennifer Granholm, the 16th Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy, to our subcommittee for the first time. Madam Secretary, we sincerely thank you for joining us for today's discussion. This hearing comes at a critical time, as much of the East Coast continues to struggle with fuel shortages following the cyber attack on the Colonial Pipeline, and after extreme weather events left millions of our nation's citizens in Texas without power just a few months ago. Madam Secretary, again, I want to thank you and the entire DOE team for your steadfast leadership amid these crises. These events and their grim consequences demonstrate the importance of our energy system and how DOE's sector-specific expertise is indispensable to the resolution of these crises. And that is why I, along with Ranking Member Upton and other esteemed colleagues of this subcommittee, have introduced bipartisan legislation to further strengthen DOE's ability to respond to physical and other cybersecurity threats. And I am also working on legislation to prevent future incidents. We must take a hard look at federal strategies to prevent attacks, enforce industry's best practices and compliance, and also to discourage bad actors. Moreover, it is critical that we, as we consider the budget, that we prioritize the U.S. energy security and resilience. That is why I am pleased by this year's funding request, which includes $46.1 billion for DOE a 10.2% increase from DOE's FY 2021 enacted budget. This sizable investment will advance crucial energy, clean energy priorities, good paying jobs, and U.S. efforts to deploy technologies to tackle the climate crisis. I look forward to our continued partnership, and the subcommittee stands ready to work with you and the Biden administration. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to the esteemed Vice Chair of the subcommittee, Mr. McNerney.
Well, thank you, Chairman, for yielding, and Secretary Granholm, welcome. I want to start by thanking you and the Department of Energy for leading the whole of government approach in restoring operations of the Colonial Pipeline following the recent cyber attack. This attack is another wake-up call about the growing cyber threats that our nation faces, and it comes on the heels of a major cyber attack that SolarWinds identified. The need to address growing cyber threats is something that I've been talking about for years, both on this committee and in my role as co-chair of the Grid Innovation Caucus. I hope that we can all work together to make sure that we are doing everything possible to address future cyber threats our nation faces and our nation infrastructure in particular. Secretary, your budget shows an ambitious agenda to build up our nation's energy and science infrastructure to meet the challenges we face, from cyber threats to workforce development to foreign competition and climate change. Our job is to provide guidance and support. Secretary Granholm, I look forward to your testimony today about how the DOE plans to address these challenges and what new resources are needed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes Mr. Upton, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Energy, for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement. Mr. Upton, you're unmute, Mr. Upton.
How's that? Does that work?
That's great.
I got to do this. I had to change. They updated the app last night and didn't pass it along to us. Let me begin again by saying thank you, and also welcome to Secretary Granholm to our committee. It's always a pleasure to see a fellow Michigander once again at the helm of the Department of Energy, and certainly I know we all look forward to. I look forward to continuing a close working relationship with her, our former governor. You know, as you know, this subcommittee is responsible for overseeing virtually every aspect of the energy sector, and all of our members take this job very seriously. We focus on energy supply, including exploration, development, and generation of fuels and electricity, energy distribution, including the grid and pipelines, energy imports and exports, and energy use, including energy efficiency and conservation standards. We're also responsible for overseeing the management of DOE. Over the last 2 administrations, we've been examining steps to modernize the Department of Energy to reflect the national economic and energy security challenges that will confront the nation over the coming decades. This committee has led the charge, from lifting the ban on crude oil exports to the FAST Act amendments to help DOE address emerging hazards as well as cyber threats. I'm particularly focused on consumers and the impacts that the federal energy policy is going to have on competitiveness, jobs, and energy prices. I also believe that it's important to recognize that over the last decade, the U.S. has become the world's leading producer of oil and gas, creating millions of good-paying jobs and billions of dollars in tax revenues to states and local governments. The U.S. has also reversed the decades-long trend of rising imports and dependence on the Middle East. So we're now self-sufficient when it comes to natural gas, which has helped the U.S. reduce its greenhouse gas emissions more than any other country. We also have become the world's leading LNG exporter, pushing back on Russia, helping our trading partners reduce their emissions at the same time. We are more energy secure today than at any point in our nation's history. However, we've got a lot of challenges ahead. First, I want to focus on critical minerals. As the COVID pandemic has shown, we've become too dependent on the unstable global supply chains and imports from China. Amazingly, China controls 80 to 90% of the critical minerals used in solar panels, batteries, and other advanced technologies. It's also imperative that we get a handle on the supply chains, or we're going to end up in the same position that we were in before America's shale energy revolution. I introduced the Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act to increase the domestic supply of critical minerals and develop alternatives. And I look forward to working with you on that legislation. Second, we need to talk about permitting reform. As we all know, it's become virtually impossible to build large-scale infrastructure projects in this country, especially pipeline and transmissions that cross the state lines. Pouring federal dollars onto the problem is not going to solve it. We need real reforms, strong lead agencies, timelines, real certainty to encourage project developers to take the risk. DOE has a very important role to play here, and we're going to rely on your leadership, especially when it comes to providing the energy analysts to inform our decision-making. Finally, I've always been focused on cyber. And given what happened last week with the Colonial Pipeline ransom attack, I believe that Congress and the department have an opportunity to work collaboratively to improve cyber response and harden our nation's critical energy infrastructure. Chairman Rush and I introduced our bipartisan bill, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cyber Security Preparedness Act, to provide DOE with strong authorities. Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers are original co-sponsors of that bill, and we look forward to working with you on that legislation. You know, this last week's Colonial cyber attack revealed that a secure, reliable, and affordable supply of energy is absolutely critical to our economy, our way of life, and for the first time since the 70s, we saw widespread supply distributions with long lines at the pump as fueling stations ran out. So we need to know what happened last week with Colonial, and certainly appreciate your willingness to provide us answers, including in a classified briefing at some point in the near future, so that we can begin to address the many shortcomings to prevent such happening again. We all support new technologies that allow us to use energy more efficiently. We look forward to your testimony, and I yield back.
I know I couldn't hear Chairman Rush. It sounds like reading his lips, it seems like he's asking me to speak. So should I just proceed?
Bobby, you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. The chair now recognizes Mr. Pallone, the chairman of the full committee, for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, and let me welcome again the Secretary. It's so great to see you here before our committee, Madam Secretary. We have so many issues that we can work on within the department. You know, I'm just thinking of clean energy deployment, cybersecurity, overseeing our nation's nuclear weapons stockpile, cleaning up the legacy sites where those weapons were produced, so many things. But I wanted to begin by addressing, as many of my colleagues have, the recent Colonial Pipeline cyber attack that shut down a critical piece of our nation's energy infrastructure and led to both gasoline and jet fuel shortages along the East Coast. And the committee has a longstanding history of bipartisan work, I'm sure you're aware of that, on the energy cybersecurity issue, including through the pipeline cybersecurity legislation that was already mentioned, that was reintroduced last week by Ranking Member Upton and Chairman Rush. So last Congress, this subcommittee held a hearing on pipeline safety and security, and I spoke about my concern that the Transportation Security Administration's pipeline security program lacks the resources and expertise to protect our country from attacks like the one we saw with the Colonial Pipeline. And this incident shows we have to do more to protect our nation's energy infrastructure. Fortunately, the electric sector has a rigorous framework for mandatory reliability standards developed by the North American Energy Reliability Corporation and enforced by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. But no similar rigorous programs exist for pipelines, just a set of voluntary guidelines overseen by TSA. And this is a big gap, and I believe it's time we consider mandatory enforceable reliability standards for our nation's pipeline network. So we have to ensure our nation's energy infrastructure is not just secure, but reliable and resilient. And that requires robust investments. And also, as you know, President Biden's American Jobs Plan does just that. It prioritizes funding for the clean energy infrastructure we need to tackle the climate crisis and creates good paying jobs right here in the US. Along with Chairman Rush and Tonko, I introduced the Clean Future Act earlier this Congress. We've had several hearings on this in both the Energy and the Environment and Climate Change subcommittees. And the Clean Future Act would achieve net zero greenhouse gas pollution, combat the climate crisis, put Americans back to work, and rebuild our economy. And the Clean Future Act and the American Jobs Plan share similar goals and policies. Both plans make substantial investments in transportation electrification, including the deployment of electric vehicles, charging stations, and zero-emission school buses. They both invest billions of dollars in clean energy deployment, upgrading the nation's grid, and making homes and buildings more energy efficient. And the rest of the world, particularly China, is already making major investments in clean technology and jobs that could and should be created right here at home. We can't watch from the sidelines as other nations surpass us. We must invest in our workers and the growth of our clean energy economy. After 4 years of the Trump administration flouting the law by refusing to update and revise efficiency standards for appliances, this is another issue that we were very concerned about. I know you have a lot of work to do. I questioned your predecessor, Secretaries Perry and Breett, several times about the department pushing out anti-efficiency rulemaking, such as the rollback of the LED light bulb standards and ignoring scores of appliance efficiency upgrades mandated by law. That's a program that saves a lot of money and helps reduce consumer consumptions. And we have to get this back on track. And we want to help you with these appliance standards as well. I also wanted to mention the nuclear security mission. I've always believed in the principle of civilian, not military control over our nation's nuclear weapons. The National Nuclear Security Administration is a critical part of DOE's mission. It's too important to be left to its own devices, and that's obviously a major issue. So the last thing I wanted to say is that the committee has conducted years of oversight on the department's environmental management program, which cleans up the legacy waste sites where nuclear weapons were developed. And taxpayers spend billions of dollars every year on this program, but the department's environmental liabilities continue to grow. And I think that a more cohesive and consistent management of this program is critical to speeding up cleanup at these sites. So again, we have a long history of bipartisan cooperation on both the NNSA governance, environmental management, and I look forward to working with the department and my colleagues on this committee on critical issues. It's really good to see you. I listened to your to what you said yesterday at the Progressive Caucus. It was very impressive, and of course we know the Michiganders on this committee have been speaking highly of you on both sides of the aisle for a long time. So it's nice to see you in this new position. Thank you. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chairman of the full committee yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Granholm. It's great to see you today, and it's good to have you come before our committee. You bring a wealth of governance experience to the job of secretary, and I'm hopeful that it will serve the department and the American people well in the coming years. Today, we're supposed to be evaluating the proposed budget priorities for fiscal year 2022. And this is necessary for committee oversight. But we're at a disadvantage because the administration has yet to release a detailed budget for the Department of Energy. What we have instead are general assertions about climate policy priorities and spending outlined over 2 pages of text. That's it. Much of this reflects the administration's rush to green agenda, which our hearings this year have shown risk economic harm, and deprive people of reliable, affordable energy. The harm will only increase with a massive push for electric vehicles and limits on fossil fuel. This creates major supply chain risk and increases dependence on foreign sources that abuse human and individual rights for energy system components. Needless to say, we are anxious to see additional details. We should focus the aggressive priorities to dismantle our domestic fossil energy economy and radically transform our electric and transportation sectors. We should ask if the rush will do this will undermine DOE's core work on national security, both energy and economic security. While DOE's work spans the energy sector, at its core, it is a nuclear security agency, representing some 70% of the budget when counting its Cold War cleanup responsibilities. The department and its predecessor agencies designed and produced every nuclear warhead in the US arsenal, and now it maintains the nation's nuclear deterrent. DOE provides the technology to power the nuclear navy and serves central roles in nuclear non-proliferation, international nuclear security. DOE was organized and now serves as the nation's energy security agency. It manages the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, has established energy emergency programs, and works to assure the reliable supply of energy and power. The gas supply crisis along the East Coast from the shutdown of the Colonial Pipeline is a harsh reminder of how important reliable supplies of fuels are for Americans. As you have noticed, Madam Secretary, it's a reminder of how critical pipelines are for clean, efficient, secure delivery of the energy people and our economy need to thrive. This event should underscore the energy security's role at the department. DOE also helps assure American energy and energy technologies serve our strategic geopolitical interests, the neglect of which would imperil our security in the future. Of course, to accomplish its work, DOE relies upon its world-class science, engineering, and technological expertise across a complex of national labs, production sites, and facilities. There is nothing like it, really, when you consider DOE's science and engineering. Its capabilities are enhanced by a synergy among the labs across the complex. This synergy serves all of the department's missions. It produces tremendous benefits for our security, for advancing science and innovation, and will ensure American innovation across the energy landscape. This should not undermine what is possible with new priorities that could break this synergy and undermine energy and economic security. A well-managed DOE enterprise produces amazing results. Consider, for example, the agency's science and supercomputing used for science and weapons programs, and how this was put to service at Oak Ridge to screen compounds for COVID-19 vaccine development. The National Security and Environmental Management Materials programs at Pacific Northwest National Lab near my district are advancing cybersecurity protections in the science to help advance batteries. The Hanford site, the backbone of our nation's Cold War nuclear work, is now providing new promise to support development of advanced nuclear technology. Last year, Congress enacted the Energy Act of 2020, the most significant bipartisan energy law in more than a decade, to build on the agency's work to clean energy technologies and the deployment of those technologies. We should understand how DOE plans to implement that law and fit it in with its other missions in a way that maximizes benefits across the complex, from nuclear security to cybersecurity. This is no easy task, and it will be undermined if the leadership is distracted by pursuing policies that turn away from DOE's core mission. I look forward to talking more about that this morning, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The ranking member yields back, and I would like to now welcome our esteemed witness for today's hearing, the Honorable Jennifer M. Granholm, Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy. Madam Secretary, I, for one, am excited about your presence at this hearing, and we want to thank you for joining us today. We do look forward to hearing your testimony. And Madam Secretary, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman Rush, and to Ranking Member Upton and Chairman Pallone and Congressman McInerney and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, and to members of the subcommittee. It is really an honor to be here as the nation's 16th Secretary of Energy to discuss the President's 2022 discretionary budget for the department. So my vision for the department is really to drive forward the research and development and deployment of cutting-edge science and technology in order to advance America's energy security, economic security, and critically, national security. And I'm very proud to say that we've accomplished a lot since January 20th. I just want to start, though, if I could, with just a minute on what unfolded last week. As you all are aware, this ransomware attack happened on May 7th, and it led to the shutdown of the Colonial Pipeline Company's largest pipe fuel line on the East Coast. And the White House asked my team at the Department of Energy to coordinate an interagency whole of government effort to ensure that the company had the resources necessary to resume operations as quickly and safely as possible, while moving fuel supplies to impacted areas by other means. So the incident was really a stark reminder of the imperative to harden the nation's critical infrastructure, as you have been discussing, against these serious and growing threats like ransomware. And in the face of an evolving array of 21st century risks, we have, I think, to rethink our approach to security and to reassess the authorities that we can bring to bear during these kind of emergencies. As the sector risk management agency for cybersecurity in the energy sector, DOE is eager to work with this committee in an effort to ensure that we can be maximally effective in protecting the energy sector and in meeting the needs of the American people. Now, beyond that crisis management, we've been really busy advancing our core science and nuclear security missions, while also driving innovation and decarbonization, in particular, technologies forward. Since the President's inauguration, we've announced nearly $1.5 billion in grants and awards and funding opportunities for clean energy R&D projects that will help us to achieve a net zero carbon future. And much of that reflects what Congress, in a bipartisan fashion, identified as high priority through that Energy Act of 2020. So the American Jobs Plan would significantly expand the research, development, and deployment efforts that were identified in the Energy Act of 2020, which is very exciting, and it will ensure that American researchers are the ones who are making breakthroughs that drive clean energy and our future. It will ensure, the American Jobs Plan, that American entrepreneurs take those breakthroughs to scale. It will ensure that American workers build them right here. And what's more, that American Jobs Plan calls for directing 40% of the benefits of these investments to communities that have been left behind and unheard for too long, to people of color and indigenous people who have disproportionately borne the burdens of fossil fuel pollution and are now on the front lines of climate change. It will help lower income households that see far too much of their paychecks eaten up by energy bills, and for energy workers who have powered this country for generations and now stand on the edge of this transition to clean energy. This committee, I know, has advanced critical legislation that's focused on creating jobs that provide a living wage on an equitable basis, and we share that commitment. We believe wholeheartedly that clean energy will be an engine for such job creation, and we're holding ourselves accountable to our promises. Shalonda Baker, who's my senior advisor, has been helping us figure out how we can lift these communities up and is overseeing the development of a Justice 40 online mapping tool that the public can use to see where the department's spending relates to environmental justice communities. President Biden's proposed 2020 discretionary funding request is going to allow the Department of Energy to take additional steps toward the equitable clean energy future we believe is within reach. It will invest $46.2 billion in the Department of Energy's key priorities, including deploying clean, cheap, and abundant power and a reliable and resilient and secure grid. It means increasing clean energy research over 4 years to put America at the forefront of clean energy innovation worldwide. And it means advancing carbon reduction and mitigation through technologies like carbon capture and storage and hydrogen, and breaking down the barriers to increased diversity in STEM fields, and of course, strengthening the department's nuclear security mission and continuing to advance our environmental management program. So I am humbled by the opportunity to lead the Department of Energy as we pursue this really ambitious agenda. And I have seen up close what our amazing workforce can do. I have no doubt that we can reach our goals, and I look forward to our continued partnership as we work to achieve them. Thank you so much.
I want to again thank our Secretary of the Department of Energy. And it is now that we have concluded the opening statements for this morning, and we will now move to member questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of our witness, and I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, again, I would like to thank you and other members of the administration for your leadership during the recent cyber security attack on the Colonial Pipeline. This ransomware attack and the underreporting of security breaches generally is cause for great concern. It is my understanding that Colonial worked hand in glove with the Department of Energy and other entities to tackle this crisis. However, I remain deeply concerned about the use of ransom payments, especially when paired with untraceable cryptocurrency payments, which can make enforcement difficult, if not impossible, and also incentivize crimes by bad actors. A recent Chicago Sun-Times editorial further underscores these concerns. My bill, HR 3119, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, will assign cyber security, energy security, and emergency response functions to a new DOE Assistant Secretary. Madam Secretary, how would Congress's authorization of this Assistant Secretary position strengthens DOE's ability to respond to these sector-specific issues that are of great concern?
Thank you so much for the question. You and I share the sentiment that CSER and the responsibilities of that office inside of the department and across and for the energy sector in general are essential. I have made it a mission of mine to strengthen the office as much as possible with fantastic new leadership at CSER and a new focus. And as we have seen with both the Texas winter weather event and the Colonial Pipeline incident, CSER can make a difference, a very big difference. And they have relationships with the private sector and with their sister agencies across the federal government. We want to make sure that it's as fine-tuned as possible toward that goal. And I look forward to working with you to accomplish that.
Madam Secretary, in light of this recent energy reliability crisis, it is important to consider what more can be done to reinforce DOE's response to future threats. As I mentioned, I am currently working on legislation to ensure that cyber attacks do not threaten our energy infrastructure moving forward. Our oversight agencies like DOE in need of additional authorities to ensure the reliability and security of our energy system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. DOE's role as the sector risk management agency is really to continue and expand our efforts to make the best solutions available to industry and to pair it with the best information about possible weaknesses. And it's not a fully regulatory role. And of course, any decision about the regulatory authorities for any of these agencies is up to Congress. But regardless of who has the ball, who has the authority over pipeline security, for example, DOE remains committed to supporting security measures like we have been doing through efforts like deployment of sensors throughout the oil and natural gas sector, or threat information sharing with industry, or supply chain testing, particularly because there's so much overlap on the industrial control systems used within the electricity and the pipeline sectors. CSER has been working on secure manufacturing and innovation, working with our Office of Fossil Energy to ensure that cybersecurity is built into the new technologies to support that next generation of oil and natural gas infrastructure and systems.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. The chair yields back his time. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for the purposes of asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask the Secretary, in just a few short months, multiple events have threatened the physical and cybersecurity of our energy system and required a significant emergency response. In February, we saw deadly and widespread power outages in Texas, and the Colonial Pipeline led to almost a complete closure of one of our largest pipelines. And so I just wanted to commend you, Madam Secretary, first for working hard with other agencies to lead this effort to help bring the pipeline back online quickly and safely. And I know you've been working on that furiously. But these events underscore both the physical and cyber vulnerabilities of the energy system, risks that continue to evolve due to climate change, technological advances, and the increased interconnectedness of our energy infrastructure. There's clearly more that we need to do. So my first question is, how can the committee and Congress best help Department of Energy ensure the reliability of the energy system in light of these ongoing and continuing challenges, if you will?
Yeah, this is such a great question for your role and what is happening inside of the federal government. And what's happening with the private sector as well. So there's no doubt that the energy sector, like other critical sectors in our society, needs to continue to do better at defending itself against cyber threats. We all need to, right? So many of you have been saying that for years. And as you know, in this country, our energy sector is operated by private, not-for-profit, and state and local entities. There's over 3,000 companies on the electricity side and thousands of others in the oil and natural gas sector. So to try to protect this really complex environment, the US government is leveraging a bunch of different tools at our disposal. First, you may be aware that inside the federal government, the president issued an executive order, and this is just to set the stage for what Congress's role might be in this as well. But the president's executive order for the federal government creates, for example, a pilot Energy Star label program that will help government identify software that was developed securely. That's a question that maybe could be transported to outside of federal government, or certainly that players outside of federal government can look to what the federal government defines as secure suppliers for that software. The president's executive order requires information technology providers that serve the federal system to share any breach of information with the government so that our intelligence community can identify where these breaches are coming from so they can take action on it. The president's executive order directs federal agencies to lead by example by adopting this strong, modern cybersecurity standards that are consistent with the guidelines developed by NIST, making sure we have trusted architecture inside of who we hire to do our IT and software work for the federal government. The president's executive order establishes a joint governmental private sector board to review cyber incidents that occur and to make recommendations to the private sector and the public sector for improvement. And while a lot of those efforts are focused on the government, as I mentioned, they really do provide, I think, a good signal to industry on what we at the federal level will purchase and use, and therefore may also be guidance for how we might think more broadly. So you've got existing regulation, as you identified in your initial remarks, after directing the North American Electric NERC to develop the standards. FERC issues mandatory cybersecurity standards for electricity owners and operators. And as you noted, TSA has voluntary guidelines, and one wonders whether it's time that we match what we're doing on the electric side with what we're doing on the pipeline side. So CSER is the DOE's, the risk management agency, as I mentioned, and I think we need to work on with the private sector. This threat information sharing issue is huge. The development of research and development, the development of trusted products that we can use and that the private sector can use, all very important. I'm sorry I went on too long because I know your time and my time is up. There's more to say, and it's a really important topic, and I appreciate you raising it.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chair yields back. The chair have made tremendous step outside of regular order. I'm failed to introduce my friend and the eminent subcommittee ranking member for 5 minutes. I ask his forgiveness and his indulgence for the chair stepping outside of the regular order. And it is my honor now to recognize, finally, the ranking member of the subcommittee, the esteemed gentleman from Southwest Michigan, none other than Chairman Fred Upton.
No harm done, Mr. Chairman. I was just thinking that you were mindfully thinking that you wish that I was still the chairman of the full committee. So I'll accept that apology. Secretary Granholm, again, welcome.
No way.
Welcome to our committee. Some are saying that the Colonial cyber attack was a wake-up call, but all of us here know better. We've been sounding the alarm on this for the last couple of years, which is why I first introduced the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act 3 years ago. And this committee has spent considerable amount of time investigating cyber attacks across the energy supply chain, both in public as well as private classified meetings. We need to know the facts and the circumstances. I know you and I have chatted about this, and I just welcome your participation to provide us all the information that you can in that classified setting, either here on the Hill or just down the street at your office.
I certainly will.
Yesterday, let me ask a quick question as a follow-up to Chairman Rush. He talked a little bit about CSER. When do you actually anticipate that a nomination for the head of CSER might be made public or moving forward?
Well, we have an acting head we have just brought on. His name is Tush Kumar, and he comes from both DOE in the cyber area and then also at a utility company in Southern California as heading up their cybersecurity efforts. So he's got great experience. I hope we can make sure that he comes before you so you can meet him and be as impressed with him as I am. I don't know the exact timing, but I can tell you that having brought him on as acting, it was a very good move to make sure that we amplify and benefit from the expertise both of his public and private sector cyber work.
Well, great. Look forward to that. Yesterday, and we've got these facts, state by state facts that showed that nearly 75% of the gas stations here in DC are out of gas. Almost half the gas stations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia were also out of gas. Gas prices, obviously, supply and demand went up. It's been over a week since the ransomware attack began. Americans are still suffering. There's been some price gouging, I know. But what should DOE do? We really need to have minimum standards that we should legislatively move, working with, obviously on a bipartisan basis? Do we need minimum standards for critical energy infrastructure? Is that something that we're woefully inadequate on?
I think we are inadequate on it, and I think that this is an example potentially of that. I mean, if we had had standards in place, would this particular ransomware attack have been able to happen? You know, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that having good cyber hygiene on the private side as well as on the public side is a critical basic defense. And for entities that provide service to the public like that, especially critical services like energy, I think it's an important consideration for this committee for sure.
So one of the biggest roadblocks to a new infrastructure bill is the federal permitting process. I'm one that believes that we desperately need to modernize our infrastructure. Are you aware that the Clean Future Act, the centerpiece of that climate agenda, would essentially shut down oil and gas production and new pipelines? And what are your thoughts as it relates to that?
Well, I am all about an efficient government and making sure that we streamline where we can, and we do so in a way that protects what the regulation was intended to protect, which is often obviously our environment and safety. So, you know, transmission especially is an issue that we have all raised. We've seen so much lag time and so many hoops that have to be jumped through to get critical infrastructure in the ground. And again, often adopted at a time when it made perfect sense. But like anything, we need to update government processes to make sure that we still protect what we intended to protect in the first place. You know, I think on the transmission side, the department is using the tools that Congress provided to help advance transmission development. If I can just talk about transmission for a second, we recently announced the availability of up to $8.2 billion in financing from the Loan Programs Office and the Western Area Power Administration's Transmission Infrastructure Program. And we're using analytical tools at the national labs to identify transmission needs and opportunities, like the interconnection seam study from NREL. And it's not something we can do on our own. States obviously have the primary role in permitting and siting, particularly in transmission. I'm really looking forward to working with states and communities collaboratively. But I do note that there is a huge, you know, for example, there's over 680 gigawatts of clean power that is queued up in the transmission system alone, waiting for entry into the system. A lot of that has to do with a lack of capacity, and some of it has to do with lack of financing, and some of it has to do with the permitting issues. So I very much want to work on this, on the whole suite of issues that seem to be slowing down the movement of permission of key pieces of energy infrastructure to be in the ground or on poles, or however the safest way is for that the transmission of that energy to come to us.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement, for purposes of questioning the witnesses.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr. Chairman.
McMorris Rogers, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you, Madam Secretary. As we know, families throughout the Southeast up into DC and Maryland experienced a rude shock last week as the Colonial Pipeline shut down, caused gasoline shortages, and it still continues. This is a problem straight out of the 1970s. But cybersecurity, rather than price controls and oil embargoes, directly led to the shortages. This event follows life and death energy shortages in Texas this past winter, resulted when available generation could not meet sudden demand during a winter freeze. And of course, there's chronic electric reliability and affordable issues in California, as that state pushes for more renewable, weather-dependent energy despite its cost and harm to the poor. California predicts more blackouts this summer. These issues continue to undermine safety and increase energy poverty. They hurt people who cannot afford to purchase home generators or to fuel their cars. So I have 3 questions here I'd like you to address Secretary Granholm, and it really relates to energy reliability, harming people. Do you agree that DOE has a role to assess these situations and help address them? Are you taking into account the pace of the administration's greenhouse gas goals that may increase more blackouts or energy shortages? And finally, it would be helpful for policymakers if you direct the Energy Information Administration to model the impact of these policies, including ratepayer impacts. And I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to direct the Energy Information Agency to model the impacts of these policies.
So with respect to DOE's role, yes. The price, your question about the pace, of the greenhouse gas emission goals, the pace is urgent because the situation is urgent. We are seeing that so many of these crises are because of, not in spite of, but because of the extreme weather and climate events. And so we need to do both, provide reliable and affordable power and do so in a clean way. And that's exactly what the Biden administration is focused on. That's exactly why we want to get to 100% clean electricity by 2035 and net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and use all of the great research and development that you were describing at our national labs, the great brains, the technology that is coming out of these labs to enable us to get there. So for example, we want to make sure that we manage CO2 emissions on natural gas. We want to make sure that we manage methane flaring, that we reduce or eliminate methane flaring and CO2, having natural gas be carbon free through technologies that are being developed inside the national labs and that we want now to deploy. And it's all about deployment. This is why the investment that the American Jobs Plan makes in these kind of technologies will bring down that cost.
Thank you. So I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to run out of time here, though, and I really would like to work with you to get the modeling of all of that, so that we understand the impact it's going to have on reliability as well as cost, affordability, and the impact on ratepayers. My second question was around China, and one of the challenges that we have as a nation is regaining our competitive edge to beat China. And at the same time, we just see where the CCP has long exploited the U.S. openness to advance its military and its economic goals. So the China's 1,000 Talents Plan has been actively recruited U.S. taxpayer-funded researchers to propel its science and technology. And I note in your testimony the promise to increase grants and spending on energy research. I wanted to ask if you would commit to maintaining DOE's 2019 prohibitions on funding researchers associated with the 1,000 Talents program, and will you maintain or enhance the restrictions on DOE contractors and employees collaborating with the CCP?
Yeah, so I completely acknowledge the threat that China has been providing to the U.S., both in making sure that our research is safe and protected, and obviously what's happening on the economic front in terms of the challenge that China has presented in securing supply chains and manufacturing for critical minerals, not just that, but critical supplies for a clean energy system. You know, there's a huge market for these clean energy products, that this is why we want to get in the game on and make sure that we have that research and development capacity. It's also true that it's sometimes in our best interest to work with China, for example, on non-proliferation issues and sharing of scientific knowledge that's not proprietary. So, you know, if we can work with China to make sure the work advances our interests and complies with US laws and DOE regulations, that's one thing. If China or its efforts are stealing information from our labs, that is another thing. So I look forward to working with the committee on this important goal to get, America to be on top, both economically, but also to make sure that we are secure from Chinese, efforts, Chinese Communist Party efforts to infiltrate. Having taught at UC Berkeley and worked with the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, we have fantastic researchers, fantastic scientists who are from Chinese origin. But I want to make sure that we are careful and sensitive to the fact that we are talking about the Chinese Communist Party and not the Chinese people. And I appreciate the question, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Granholm, for being here. Your comments about transmission were music to my ears. One of our biggest challenges is figuring out how to deliver vast amounts of zero-emission electricity from rural areas where renewables are most generated to areas of high demand, and we have to expand and upgrade our long-distance, high-voltage transmission system. In the wake of the SEAM study that you mentioned, I introduced the Power On Act to provide FERC with backup regulatory authority to permit the build out of these cost-effective and reliable transmission systems when state-level opposition or apathy interferes. And there's a federal interest in doing this. I've shared that bill with your staff, and many of its provisions are included in the Clean Futures Act, and I hope that the budget for DOE can provide support for that very important work, because the federal government's going to have to take a hand in this. Today, and I will get to the budget question, but I'd like to focus on a climate solution that could act as a complement to the American Jobs Plan, including the plan's clean energy standard, and that solution is carbon pricing. I'm not naive to the politics of carbon pricing. Some of my colleagues say it's too costly, will destroy the economy. Others, once champions of the policy, have labeled it as nice to have but not essential. But even a modest carbon price is essential. It would reduce the cost of decarbonization, generate billions in new revenue, and drive fuel switching to zero carbon alternatives, and send a price signal to every economic actor to reduce carbon emissions and give certainty to the private sector to build low carbon investments. It can be structured to be progressive, but without it, it's hard to imagine how the US will drive the rapid deployment of new lower cost and lower carbon technologies across all sectors. So a couple points briefly. First, a carbon price could complement the American Jobs Plan by reducing the cost of implementation. Researchers at MIT found that a climate package that includes a modest carbon price cuts costs in half compared to a package that lacks a carbon price. In California, which has some of the most ambitious climate targets in the world, we've determined that combining carbon pricing with other climate policies costs 4 times less than a pathway without a price on carbon. And the US climate approach has international implications. The EU's carbon price is near $60 a ton. The UK is launching a new carbon pricing program. Canada plans to increase its carbon price to $170 a ton by 2030. China is continuing to develop a domestic carbon market. And as the world moves towards ambition carbon pricing, the US risks losing international credibility and being subjected to punitive border policies that could affect our industrial competitiveness. California has an advanced carbon pricing program. 11 Northeast states participate in a regional carbon market. And in Washington State, Governor Inslee and the legislature recently passed an economy-wide price on carbon. And there's significant evidence that it works. In 2019, more than 3,500 economists, including 28 Nobel laureates, supported it. In 2020, the CFTC's Climate-Related Market Risk Subcommittee concluded it's the single most important step to manage climate risk and drive the appropriate allocation of capital. In 2021, the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine recommended it, and not only scientists and academics, the Business Roundtable supports a carbon price. And finally, I have to say that in 2009, the Michigan State Climate Action Plan said Michigan should advocate a carbon price that's efficient, equitable, economy-wide, and based on a federal-state partnership. And I'm not trying to play gotcha here, but I do want to know, really from a budget perspective, what modeling do you have to show that the clean energy standard will be sufficient to meet our targets on time, with or without a carbon price? And can you provide that modeling, the support for that modeling in the budget, just so we really know that this is going to work?
Yeah, okay, first, thank you so much for the question. I appreciate the passion and the sincere goal that we all have to reach these goals and figuring out the best path to get there. So, you know, as you've noted, carbon pricing is one of many tools for addressing CO2 emissions. We've seen lots of countries and states try it, as you have identified. But the American Jobs Plan is really first and foremost this long-term strategy to modernize the economy, to build this economy for the future with the infrastructure that we need, and to do it in a way by, you know, by trying to incentivize the technology that is necessary to build that zero carbon future. And the administration, it's their overall approach. It's the best.
Madam Secretary, I went on too long, but specifically about the modeling, what resources can the department dedicate to show us that this will work?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to have those conversations with you. We just did a model, for example, for the city of Los Angeles that allowed them to get to 100% clean energy future. There are a number of different pathways. As you know, the administration also did an evaluation for their goal to get to reduce CO2 emissions by 50% by 2030 using a number of different pathways. I'm happy to have our team get with your office to show you exactly what we're looking at, because we are very optimistic and believe it can be done. But it's aggressive and it's hard. There's no doubt about it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I've used my time. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Dr. Burgess from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. Thanks, Ranking Member Upton and Secretary. We just joined with others who've welcomed you to our subcommittee today. I have a question about the news last night that the president decided that he was able to waive sanctions against the company that is currently constructing the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany. Sort of a direct economic threat to countries in Eastern Europe, and certainly has the potential to be destabilizing with the geopolitical balance between Russia and the United States. Section 1242 of the William Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act that was passed last December tightened the existing sanction regimen. In fact, Secretary Blinken was questioned by my senator, Senator Cruz, in a Senate Committee of Foreign Affairs hearing, and Secretary Blinken was determined whatever he could do to complete the completion of the last 100 yards of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So do you have any information for us today about why President Biden has pivoted nearly 180 degrees away from his previous position?
I have not been specifically briefed on that. I understand the State Department soon is going to be releasing a report regarding the mandatory sanctions that Congress has imposed in assisting on the building of Nord Stream 2. So I understand that the State Department is going to notify Congress soon. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, in the language passed by Congress in Section 1242 of the NDAA last year, there was ability for waiver in the national interest. That the president could waive those sanctions if he determines that the waiver is in the national interest of the United States. I would just, I'd love to see the argument how this waiver, which seemingly to me, benefits only Vladimir Putin. And we've already disadvantaged the citizens of the United States by not completing the last 100 yards of the Keystone pipeline. So I don't quite follow how that waiver of the national interest occurs. But of course, under the plain language of Section 1242 of the National Defense Authorization Act, the other part of that section is that the president does need to submit to the appropriate congressional committees a report on the waiver and the reasons for the waiver. And I just hope that you, as the Secretary of Energy, will commit to providing this committee with those appropriate reports in a timely fashion. May we ask you that?
Of course.
Let me just also, Chairman Upton, Ranking Member Upton brought up an important point about the NEPA waivers and the importance of, we've got a lot of infrastructure to catch up with. We've seen the danger from having infrastructure go down in the pipeline on the East Coast. And of course, in Texas, during our 1 week of winter, we saw a lot of needs develop. And of course, Texas is also a fast growth state. So there's a lot of demands being made on our energy infrastructure, our energy grid. So I just underscore Chairman Upton's request, the environmental streamlining, the waivers, the NEPA waivers, all of that is going to be an important part, to be sure, of the clean energy plan, but also just keeping up with what we've already got. And I'd just like to add my name to the list that includes Ranking Member Upton on an interest in how we secure our future in light of the environmental some of the environmental restrictions we have to meet.
Noted.
And then let me just ask you on nuclear security. I mean, it is an area where this committee has been focused historically. Just several questions that I can submit for the record, but I'm interested in your commitment to working with this committee so that your Department of Energy, can effectively manage the important mission on the nation's nuclear security.
I'm sorry, was that a question? I'm sorry.
Well, the current laws impose some challenges on your ability to effectively manage and oversee budgeting and other decisions about our weapons program in recent years. This committee has worked to address those deficiencies in a responsible, effective way. And just trying to gauge your interest in working with the committee on those important issues in national security.
Of course, it's a huge mission of the department. I'm sorry, I missed that. That part was the question. Of course, I look forward to working with you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Rush. I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Rush and Ranking Member Upton, and welcome, Madam Secretary. As you know, we have the opportunity to make America the leader in developing and building clean technologies and products of the future. And I know you share a lot of the goals that I do, and I look forward to working with you. I also look forward to you visiting Pittsburgh because I want to show you all the innovative work being done to connect researchers and manufacturers to build the clean energy systems of the future right here in the United States. Madam Secretary, Pittsburgh is home to U.S. Steel. Obviously, the steelmaking industry is of the future, are looking to decarbonize sectors like steelmaking and decarbonize heavy-duty transportation like shipping and freight rail. And one of the ways I believe we can do this is hydrogen. It is a clean, sustainable fuel that will be especially helpful in decarbonizing these sectors I've just mentioned. We also have in Pittsburgh the National Energy Technology Lab. Do you agree that we should be developing hydrogen hubs and demonstration projects? And I would like to say Pittsburgh would be an excellent candidate for a hydrogen hub, given the research facilities we have and the industry that we have in steelmaking. Now, what's your thoughts on hydrogen?
1000%. Yeah, I mean, hydrogen is viewed by many as sort of the holy grail of how we're really going to be able to get to clean, reliable, dispatchable power, whether it is blue hydrogen, which of course is derived from natural gas, green hydrogen, which takes renewable energy and creates hydrogen, pink hydrogen, which comes from nuclear. The hydrogen hub idea is a terrific idea. I think one of my predecessors, Dr. Ernie Moniz, has identified, I think, 18 hydrogen hubs that could exist where across the country, where it makes it natural comparative advantage sense. And as you're well aware, the American Jobs Plan has inside of it 15 hydrogen demonstration projects. And I think, I mean, I say this all the time because I've been hearing it all the time from my counterparts in other countries, that everybody wants to get to this hydrogen future and to reduce the costs so that everyday taxpayers, everyday citizens don't see their energy bills increase. These
Well, we
demonstration
have, Madam Secretary, we have everything you need right in Pittsburgh. We're sitting on a bunch of Marcellus shale gas. We have the research facilities and we have the industries there that all we're looking to work together to see this be a reality. I want to ask you some more questions within my time. You know, to be a leader in clean energy and electric vehicles and battery manufacturing, we have to ensure we have a robust domestic supply chains. What's your plans for ensuring that we are onshoring supply chains? And what's the administration's view on making investments in the midstream supply chain, such as a grant program that works with industry to help build or retool facilities for battery components and materials?
Yeah, this is a great question. Let me just use batteries as an example. I think we should be having the full supply chain for batteries, soup to nuts. And that means, yes, the anode, the cathode, the separator material, the electrolyte, and the critical materials that go into it, whether it's lithium or whether it is graphite. The bottom line is we should be making the means to our energy security in America. And that means responsibly extracting those minerals. That means responsibly processing those minerals. And we have no processing capability in the United States. China has the vast majority of processing of these minerals. Why would we extract them here and then send them to China to process? We need to develop the entire supply chain of a bunch of products, but this product in particular, since you raise it, the batteries need to be assembled and put into cars, but also the full early part of the supply chain needs to be developed here as well. The president is all over that. It's part of what's in the American Jobs Plan.
That's great to hear, and I agree with you 100%. Let me get my last question in too. As you know, nuclear power accounts for over half of our carbon-free power generation, but the existing nuclear fleet is in trouble. What is the administration's view on the need to keep these plants operating, and what types of policies do you support to ensure that we don't lose more plants?
Yeah, first of all, the administration is supportive certainly of keeping the existing fleet open. As you're well aware, nuclear provides over 50% of the clean energy now in the nation's portfolio. And just for everybody listening, it is safe. Our regimen of regulating nuclear power is very robust in the United States. So the bottom line is we need nuclear and we need advanced nuclear as well. So the administration is supportive. The question is what is inside of the budget or the American Jobs Plan to be able to do that. The department obviously is supporting efforts to get to, not the department, but the administration of including nuclear as getting to 100% clean energy standard by 2035. That will help to create the demand.
Well, Madam Secretary, I see my time has expired, but I'm looking forward to hosting you in Pittsburgh sooner than later. I will follow up with your office and see if we can make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Lala, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, thanks for testifying before us today. Madam Secretary, one of my top priorities is making sure that our electric grid and energy infrastructure are secure from cyber attacks. Last week's attack on the Colonial Pipeline is a reminder that more needs to be done to shore up our vulnerabilities in our energy infrastructure. Given that disruption of the electric grid would be a threat to our national security, economic vitality, and the essential services in society, this should be a bipartisan issue. I again joined with my good friend and co-chair of the Grid Innovation Caucus, Mr. McNerney, to reintroduce two bills to help better secure the grid, H.R. 2928, which is the Cyber Sense Act, and H.R. 2931, the Enhancing Grid Security Through Public-Private Partnerships Act. I also appreciate the full committee chairman and our Republican leaders' support of these two bills, and I hope we can again move them through the committee and the House in a timely manner. Now, Madam Secretary, in the tradition of our former chairman, Mr. Dingell, and his yes and no answer questions, I'd like to submit a few to you. Secretary, will the Biden administration support bipartisan legislation that identifies, promotes, and tests cybersecure products for use in our bulk power system?
I know that DOE will. I can't speak for the administration on that, but I don't know why they wouldn't.
Well, I'll take that as yes. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm just saying it's part of what the president put forward in his executive order for the federal government. So I think it's important.
Thank you. Will the administration support bipartisan legislation that improves the sharing of best practices, data collection, training, and technical assistance between the government and electric utilities?
Makes perfect sense. Yes, I'm sure they would.
Thank you. Since the two bills I described earlier, Mr. McNerney's bill and mine, accomplish these goals, will you commit to supporting them and helping us get them to the president's desk and to his signature?
You are so tricky. I haven't read the bills, but the concept sounds great.
We'll get them to you.
Okay.
I'll guarantee we will get them to you. Switching gears, another consequence of last week's attack and shutdown on the Colonial Pipeline was the consumer fallout, where the cost of gasoline increased and large parts of the Southeast experienced shortages. Madam Secretary, isn't it true that pipelines are the safest and most efficient way to transport energy products?
Sometimes they are. I mean, depends on what the energy product is. In the case of Colonial, the pipeline was the only way to be able to transport that exists currently with the existing infrastructure. There was a redundant pipeline called the Plantation Pipeline, but in that case, really Colonial Pipeline was sort of had the monopoly on moving the oil and the gasoline. And unfortunately, in the Southeast, the port system was not the deep water ports like they are in the Gulf and perhaps in the Northeast don't exist as readily in the Southeast. So that's why the pipeline is kind of a monopoly in that regard.
Well, let me go on. Because of the incredible disruption that we've had because of these pipeline shutdowns, shouldn't the decisions be made based on science, facts, and safety, and not on politics? Yeah,
I'm always in favor of supporting science. You must be, are you a lawyer too?
So, well, let me continue. I represent Northwest West Central Ohio. So my district runs underneath, right along Michigan's southern border, a large part of it. And I mentioned that because we already have seen politics supersede safety with the shutdown of the Keystone Pipeline. And if certain politicians have their way, we're going to see politics win again in the case of Enbridge's Line 5, which has been certified by PHMSA as operating safely and securely. And I mention this because, again, this is going to affect tens of thousands of jobs, not only in Northwest Ohio in our refineries, but also in Michigan itself. And will you commit to keeping Line 5 open to make sure that the citizens in Ohio and Michigan and help them and save these tens of thousands of jobs that could be on the line if Line 5 goes down?
Yeah, as you probably are aware, DOE does not have a direct role regarding that project. It's a matter that's in active litigation.
But it's very, very important that DOE, because again, when you look at the amount of energy that pipeline brings into our region, it's going to be an incredible effect on us. And so I really will be asking DOE to get actively involved in this. And Mr. Chairman, my time has expired and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the vice chair of the subcommittee, Mr. McNerney, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Secretary Granholm, thank you again for appearing today. You have a tremendous opportunity to make a real difference in our nation's future, and we're with you all the way. During the pipeline shutdown, many Americans were waiting in long lines for gasoline, referring to this event as a wake-up call to the cybersecurity vulnerabilities in our system. But what bothers me is that each time an incident like this occurs, it's called a wake-up call. So I'm wondering, how many wake-up calls is it going to take for us to get this right? So my question is, what investments need to be made now and going forward to ensure that our increasingly interconnected energy system is reliable and resilient with these growing variety of threats?
Yeah, I think first of all, we need to invest in our transmission grid for sure, because we've seen the incidents of hacking like SolarWinds on it. And the American Jobs Plan is a huge opportunity to do that, because as we invest in transmission capacity expansion, as we incentivize the resiliency to be added to the grid, resilience also includes cyber. And so we absolutely have to do this, and we have to do it now and incentivize those to be able to incentivize people to be able to do it. I would say we also need an investment in cyber on the oil and gas pipelines as well, because that's a key part of our infrastructure. The question is, who pays for that investment? Currently, there are obviously private sector entities. Are there incentives that could be considered by this committee, by this Congress, to have the private companies up their game with respect to installing software that protects them? Those are all great questions for this committee, right in your wheelhouse. But I completely agree how many wake-up calls are necessary. And by the way, as we know, the criminals who are out there are continually improving, if you will, are continually upping their game. And that means that once software is installed, that doesn't mean it's over. We have to continuously improve our game as well to protect our citizens. So it's going to require investment.
Well, thank you. I should know better than asking an open-ended question like that. Last year, my home state of California witnessed the largest wildfires in the state's history. This year, wildfire season looks like it's going to be worse, starting earlier. How will bolstering infrastructure investments in the grid help to address these challenges?
Yeah, again, we've got the American Jobs Plan has a significant commitment, an investment tax credit that would allow for upgrades to the grid. So in California, in some places, maybe some of that could be used, for example, to bury the wires, harden the wires in that way. Maybe there's an investment in the American Jobs Plan related to microgrids as well, which are, of course, a critical tool for modernizing the grid and provides resiliency and redundancy as well in the face of wildfires or hurricanes or extreme cold, and certainly to maximize the benefits of clean energy. So our department's doing a lot of work on this, but we also know that it's embedded in the American Jobs Plan too, which again, I hope has bipartisan support for investing in that critical infrastructure.
Well, thank you. In your testimony, you state that the DOE's goal of spurring innovation in clean energy technologies will put the nation on a path to quadruple clean energy research in 4 years. What's needed to ensure that the scientific breakthroughs and deployable technologies can be fully utilized?
Well, what we need to do is to take those great ideas and research that are happening in these 17 labs and deploy them. And so the main way we're going to make sure that we benefit from what's happening in the labs is to invest in the deployment of these technologies. We've discussed here hydrogen, for example. There's great work being done in the labs on hydrogen. It is a solution to be able to decarbonize our power sector, but we need to make sure we get it deployed. And that's what the demonstration projects in the American Jobs Plan are all about. Similarly, with carbon capture, use, and sequestration, technology that's developed in the labs, we've got some deployment, but we need to deploy it in a much bigger scale if we are to reach the goals that we want to achieve. So it combines, you have to do the research, the basic research as well as the applied research, and then you have to apply that research to deployment and demonstration out in the field. And I think that's really, the American Jobs Plan does both, because it does a huge amount of investment in research and development. We know we're way behind in terms of having let go our investment in research and development. It's particularly behind other countries in terms of upping our game. The American Jobs Plan reverses that, and it invests as well in deployment of these key technologies.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the distinguished gentleman from the great state of West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Madam Secretary. Look, to reduce global CO2, the administration has been calling for zero carbon emissions from American power plants by 2035. And in testimony to Congress, John Kerry stated that CO2 levels greater than 350 parts per million are dangerous. So my question, Can you guarantee me that the Biden plan will lower global emissions to less than 350 parts per million?
Well, what I can guarantee you is that us getting back into the Paris
No,
Agreement.
it's just a yes or no, please, Madam Secretary. Can you guarantee me that we'll get below 350?
I'm not in the business of guaranteeing.
Okay, thank you. So let me run through just a series of observations then. The Institute for Energy Research and others have testified that the residential utility rates are expected to increase skyrocket to $2,000 to $4,000 if we rely totally on 100% renewables. And if we shut down all the coal and natural gas power plants by 2035, entire communities will be hollowed out. Millions of jobs are going to be lost in a transition. Tax revenues for schools, hospitals, and first responders are going to be slashed. Children and families are going to suffer. Experts have testified before this very committee that extreme weather events will still occur unless China and India decrease their emissions. And speaking to John Kerry, just last week before Foreign Affairs, he warned us that trusting China to lower their emissions would be, quote, stupid and malpractice. So let me get this straight. Utility bills are going to go up. Our neighbors are going to lose their jobs. Our schools will lose funding. We will still have extreme weather events. The CO2 in the atmosphere will still be dangerously high. And Kerry says we can't trust China, the worst polluter, to lower its emissions. So it appears to me that this administration is willing to make sacrificial lambs out of coal miners, pipeliners, gas workers, just to fit his political and liberal ideology. So, Madam Secretary, if you think America would be providing global leadership that you were starting to hint at, that's naive. The rest of the world is not following, and you know that. In fact, China just announced a few weeks ago that they're building 250 gigawatts more coal-fired power plants. That's the equivalent of all the coal-fired power plants we have in America. And they're also announcing that they're building 20 new coal-fired power plants in Africa. So what are you doing? If this is the administration's definition of environmental justice, you're ignoring reality. So let me pivot then, Madam Secretary. According to the McKinsey report, people will be moving around the cities, moving into cities around the globe at a rate of 1 million people per week from now until 2050. And these people are going to need places to live and work. If the Paris Accord discourages or prohibits the production of concrete, plastic, steel, and aluminum because of their CO2 emissions, and they discourage us from harvesting trees because that is such an obvious sink for our environmental contributions, what do we have left? Straw, mud, clay? I mean, according to the Professor Goldthorpe at MIT, in responding to the study, he said the most logical material available to meet these demands are products derived from fossil fuels. These products were being pursued under the Trump administration's, quote, coal to products program. But last month, the DOE at the National Coal Council meeting, Jennifer Wilcox of DOE said you would not be pursuing coal to products. So, Madam Secretary, I've got to say, if McKinsey and MIT are correct, how will we meet this global need for construction material if we don't use fossil fuels? Can you elaborate?
I can. So that was a lot, and let me take pieces of it. Number one, we are interested in using coal ash and coal waste to extract critical minerals. We think there's an opportunity there, and in fact, the National Energy Technology Laboratory is working on just that. The head of the National Energy Technology Laboratory, you probably know, is Brian Anderson. Brian Anderson has been put in charge of a coal and power plant communities work group because this administration is so focused on making sure that West Virginia, Appalachia, coal regions get the benefit of this movement of the globe toward clean energy technologies. There is a $23 trillion market for products that reduce CO2 emissions. West Virginia can be at the front and center of that. West Virginia can be a place where coal miners are actually installing the
Well,
carbon
Madam
capture.
Secretary,
using
if I could, I know our
sequestration.
time's run out.
The gentleman's,
Don't just tell me.
gentleman's
show me
time
that
is
you're gonna-
expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time is expired. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the Environmental Subcommittee, Mr. Tuffle, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Granholm. Congratulations on your appointment and confirmation, and I wish you much success. I look forward to working together on the budget and enactment of the American Jobs Plan. By the way, the AGP, as we all know, calls for historic investments through several programs to modernize and decarbonize our nation's buildings. The Weatherization Assistance Program is one of the only DOE programs focused on assisting low-income Americans. How can the Weatherization Program contribute to the Build Back Better agenda?
So glad that you raised that, because the Weatherization Assistance Program is a vital tool in addressing the economic and the health and the social justice disparities and energy burdens faced by low-income households. It's also, as you know, a huge job creator. It supports energy efficiency jobs by clearly providing the funding that flows to states and agencies to hire energy efficiency workers to perform weatherization on homes of low-income households. And then once the technology and the equipment is installed on people's homes, those improvements alone save a family on an average of $300 every year just for the building itself, and an additional $300 on appliance efficiency. So we are very excited about building back better and making sure that families, especially families, low-income families, get the benefit of that better build back.
Thank you. And providing a significant funding, I agree, increases the amount of temporary jobs, but we need to turn those jobs into careers. How is DOE planning to help develop the workforce to retrofit these homes? And do you believe sustained multiple-year investments in weatherization can ensure we are retaining newly trained people in the efficiency workforce out there?
Oh, yes. Programs like the Weatherization Assistance Program, along with efforts to retrofit homes and improve building codes and minimum efficiency standards for appliances, that's all going to have meaningful impacts on wallets, but it's also going to provide long-term job opportunities for people who are most in need. And the Building Clean Energy Projects and Workforce Initiative is a broader effort in our budget for FY22 to ramp up deployment, but also block grants to states, as well as increased efforts to train people to have not just a one-off job, but a career in efficiency. So we're excited about the combination of the win-win-win, creating jobs and careers, making sure we reduce people's energy burdens, and making sure we clean up our CO2 emissions.
Well, you know, Congress reauthorized the Weatherization Assistance Program last December, and the update included several provisions to modernize the program, creating new competitive grant programs, and hopefully that funding is intended to be more flexible, encourage innovative services such as community solar and other neighborhood-wide approaches. Madam Secretary, if you don't know offhand, can you please follow up with an update on the implementation status of the new competitive weatherization grant program?
Yeah, I'll follow up with you. Our team will follow up with your office after the hearing.
Thank you. And I know you, as a former governor, understand the role states can play in the energy transition. When I was at NYSERDA in New York State, we relied on DOE's state energy programs for flexible funding. SEP has supported many successful state-level clean energy and efficiency programs, including those in Republican-led states. What do you see as the role for the state energy program in the effort to support increased ambitions in state energy agendas?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, and because I am a governor, I really strongly believe in giving authority to the states to design their programs in a way that best suits their needs. No, we are not one size fits all in many ways. So I am a big believer in the ability to offer flexible grants to states, sometimes flexible grants with goals attached, that they would be able to access those grants if they achieved certain milestones is important. I know the states were very grateful for the energy efficiency grants that came out of the Recovery Act. And I hope we can be able to continue to do that kind of effort, as well as even more on the block grant side through the American Jobs Plan.
Thank you. Well, while states are critical, innovative work is also happening at the local level. The city of Cohoes, New York, in my district, is developing a floating solar array on its municipal reservoir. According to a 2018 NREL report, there are some 492 reservoirs in New York State deemed suitable for floating solar, and Cohoes is on the cutting edge of this big deployment opportunity. I hope this project is able to access the funding necessary to become a model for the rest of the country. And I would hope that DOE, I've kind of exhausted my time here, but would love to hear back from the agency about how you could support
time is expired.
innovative concepts like that.
The gentleman's time is expired. The chair now
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, thanks for being with us. Really appreciate it. You recently commented that the administration now believes that federal support for the existing nuclear fleet is key to our climate goals, and I agree that we need to support these plants and the thousands of good-paying jobs. I have 4 nuclear generating stations in the 16th District of Illinois, and unfortunately, due to non-market government forces giving preferential treatment to certain renewables, 2 of these plants, Byron and Dresden, are now slated for closure. If they shutter, the lost revenue would be devastating to my communities and make it extremely difficult to pay for high-quality schools, hospitals, emergency personnel, and other critical services. All this not to mention the prospects of blackouts, unreliable electricity costs, increased carbon emissions, and job losses. Preserving the existing nuclear fleet will take a concerted national approach, but I'm doing what I can on my part. In December, I introduced the bipartisan Preserving Existing Nuclear Energy Generation Act, which would help save nuclear plants that are on the chopping block, including Byron and Dresden, by providing financial credits through an emissions avoidance program. It would also soften the blow to impacted communities by providing resources to help shore up municipal budget shortfalls, preserve critical services, and promote economic development. And last month, I reintroduced the Nuclear Licensing Efficiency Act, which builds upon recent congressional efforts to modernize nuclear fees and licensing procedures. Recent studies make it clear that the existing fleet is essential to achieving the administration's climate goals in the most efficient and cost-effective manner. So I'd like to ask you and follow up on what Mr. Doyle began to touch on. In your own words, can you share the administration's view on the need to keep these plants operating, and what's the administration actively doing to make sure we don't lose any of these additional plants?
Yeah, I mean, the administration does believe that we should do what we can to keep these plants open, because as I was noting, they take us so far along in our goal to get 100% clean electricity by 2035, and they should be included within the clean energy standard that is being proposed by the American Jobs Plan. The American Jobs Plan is also supporting advanced nuclear. I mean, it might, we're in negotiations on it, and there may be an opportunity to include some of what you have proposed in that. I'm not speaking for the administration on that, but I do know that there is a commitment and a desire to see these plants remain open. I personally actually called Governor Pritzker about this very issue, because we are concerned about the closure of the plants that are slated in Illinois, and I know he's working on it as well, and we certainly support the efforts at the state level. New Jersey did the same thing to be able to assist to keep these plants open. So whether it's through state or federal resources, and I appreciate your leadership in trying to do everything you can to help be creative about how we might be able to ensure they stay active.
Great, and look forward to working with you on that if I can be helpful. And recent bipartisan and bicameral proposals, including one of my own, have been introduced to provide financial credits to struggling nuclear stations. There's also a little increasing chatter about a nuclear production tax credit. Given that there's been multiple news reports about which policies the White House and DOE might support, I'd like to ask if you have any clarification. What is the administration's top policy preference? Or if you don't have one yet, then can you talk about specific policy solutions that maybe the administration might prefer?
You're talking about solutions with respect to nuclear?
A-firm, yep, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one solution that the administration has believes is very important for nuclear's future is to ensure that the demand for nuclear stays high, and that would be the efforts related to having a clean energy standard as part of the American Jobs Plan. So I think that's critical, and it certainly is a priority. The administration, with respect to nuclear, is also interested in supporting the next generation nuclear research, advanced modular and small reactors, and we continue to do work on research in that. But clearly, in order to get to these goals, we have to keep these plants open.
Thank you. And last Congress, I introduced the European Energy Security and Diversification Act. I'm also on the Foreign Affairs Committee, which was enacted through the omnibus. It's broadly designed to help both the US and Europe attain energy security and energy diversity. While the State Department's the lead agency in terms of implementation, DOE is required to play a consultative role in supporting the US efforts to work with Europeans to increase their security. Do you have a status update on your portion of that, or if not, would you be able to get that to us?
Yeah, I mean, we strongly support the European Energy Security and Diversification Act and the principles of greater market integration and critical energy infrastructure protection and development of the sort of multifaceted energy mix for our European partners, particularly countering Russian malign influence and its weaponization of energy resources is essential in helping to create a safer and more stable European energy landscape. And to that end, the Department of Energy is working closely with our European partners to increase the amount of renewable energy resources and enhance the energy efficiency throughout Europe, both of which, of course, will help to reduce Europe's dependency on Russian supplies and to help us to achieve the shared goal of getting to net zero carbon emissions by 2050.
All right, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Vesey from Texas. I don't see him, so the chair will move on and recognize Ms. Schreier, the gentlelady from Washington State. Ms. Schreier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Granholm, welcome. Washington generated more hydropower than any other state and accounted for 24% of the nation's annual utility scale hydroelectricity generation in 2019. And the hydropower delivers approximately 40% of total US renewable energy electricity generation. And the hydropower pumped storage provides 93% of total energy storage, like batteries in this country. The US hydropower industry has tremendous beneficial impacts on our nation's grid, the economy, and greenhouse gas emissions, and is key to addressing the climate crisis. Now, hydro does not come without an environmental toll, however. And so one way to increase hydropower production without building new dams and further decimating salmon populations is to add electricity generation to dams that are already in place and to expand the use of pumped hydro. And I was wondering if you could talk about Department of Energy investments in adding these technologies to already existing dams.
Love this question. I thank you so much for it. Hydro power is not just a big portion of our existing zero carbon energy supply, but a great source of zero carbon power that can, in many cases, be used 24/7 to balance the variable clean energy sources like solar and wind. So our department, as you know, has a very active hydropower program. And we see a lot of opportunity to do things like upgrade technology at dams or add power generation to existing dams. And in fact, there's a robust and a diverse coalition of stakeholders that's got a sound plan for how to approach that opportunity. You'll see support for the Water Power Technologies Office in our budget. And I'd love to work with you on how to pursue those opportunities further.
Oh, that's great. I would love that. Thank you. And so would all the hydropower in my district. I want to pivot to Hanford, which is a less happy topic. Eastern Washington is home to one of the nation's biggest and most challenging environmental waste cleanups, the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. And it rests right along the Columbia River which runs through my district. And this site was critical to our national security during World War II and the Cold War. And the Hanford site has been undergoing environmental cleanup and remediation for over 30 years. Just last month, Department of Energy disclosed yet another leaking underground tank at Hanford, adding to the more than 1 million gallons of hazardous waste Washington State's Department of Ecology estimates is already in the soil across the Hanford site. And under current timelines, the cleanup and remediation is not expected to be completed until the 2070s. So Secretary Granholm, delays in funding a holistic cleanup put the Columbia River and the entire region at risk. And these risks are compounded by climate change and drought. And the President's Fiscal Year 2022 budget request is for DOE to sustain the investment in the cleanup of these sites like Hanford, but sustainment could mean untenable delays. And I'm just, can you talk about how Department of Energy can comply with the milestones of the tri-party agreement if funding is only sustained? Because we really need to have accelerated remediation of the Hanford site.
First, thank you for raising this. I have not yet been to Hanford. I haven't been out of the DC area yet, but I look forward to going, and hopefully maybe you and I can meet there as well. You know, this administration's clearly, I mean, you are in this position fighting for Hanford, and I am new to this position, and both of us will probably not be around when this site is cleaned up, given the depth and the breadth of what needs to happen. Unfortunately, we are totally committed to cleaning up Hanford and the other legacy nuclear sites as well, and to make sure that we do seek the resources that are necessary to continue to make tangible and lasting progress. We want to see continuous movement. So I mean, I'm excited about what we can achieve over the next 4 years at the Hanford site, which includes, as you're probably aware, I'm sure you are aware, a transformational shift in how we tackle our biggest challenge, which is the millions of gallons of waste that are stored in the underground tanks that you reference. We expect to begin tank waste treatment at Hanford by 2023. After years of effort, as you know, we built a whole new facility to be able to do that, and that's going to represent a whole new era of cleanup at the site. And you know, this environmental management program is continuously looking for new and innovative approaches for safely and effectively performing the cleanup mission. I really do. I look forward to working with you and Congress as we carry out this important cleanup, which is so critical for the people of Washington, and particularly those who are in the vicinity.
Thank you. I welcome your visit. We'll go to the national labs as well. And thank you for your service. I yield back.
Thanks.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Virginia, the great state of Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Madam Secretary, one priority that I have long held is the importance of research parity between the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy and the Office of Fossil Energy. Now, we know as a certainty that China and India and many of the sub-Saharan African nations will continue to burn fossil fuels. They have them readily available, and it's a fuel source they can use. And when you have hundreds of millions of citizens who are not served with electricity, who don't have 24-hour electricity in their homes, they're going to use whatever means they can. And just yesterday, the House voted on a State Department reauthorization that included language requiring the department to ensure there are sufficient personnel dedicated to international energy matters, including, and I quote from page 27, support and coordinate international efforts to alleviate energy poverty. So recognizing that the rest of the world is going to continue to burn fossil fuels and coal in particular, wouldn't you agree that investing in fossil research and development here in the U.S. plays an important role in not only utilizing our vast supply of natural resources, but also our talent for technological innovation that can be exported to other countries and thereby reduce the worldwide carbon footprint?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we need to continue to invest in the technologies that will help to reduce carbon pollution. And that's what our fossil energy office is doing. You'll see in the budget an increase in that fossil energy office because they are doing the amazing work of the next generation of both CCUS and hydrogen related to fossil, especially natural gas. So we're very interested in this because you are completely correct that other countries are looking for ways to meet their commitments to decarbonize with technology that we can be assisting them on. And that's true with methane as well. So on all of those fronts, this is why the Department of Energy is the solutions department, because our labs are working on these things, and we appreciate the support for the research into these technologies.
And I would agree. I would like to see parity between the two because I think we can do even more with carbon if we put our minds to it. But I appreciate your support, and there's been support in the Department of Energy in both Democrat and Republican administrations for doing this. So I appreciate your continued support for that. Now, in order to convert to renewable energy, experts agree we will need a new infrastructure of high voltage power lines to move the electricity from areas where it is produced to areas where it's needed. So if it's the sun is shining in one area but not shining in another for a week or so, that area may need to have power wheeled into it. But the administration goals of 50% renewable by 2030 and 100% by 2050, coupled with the fact that it will take in excess of 30 years to build out the high voltage power lines, to build that infrastructure. Once you get through all the regulations and then you get through the environmental lawsuits, the eminent domain lawsuits, etc., isn't it a little unrealistic to say that we're actually going to meet those goals when we can't even have the infrastructure ready to make that goal a possibility?
Okay, just to clarify a little bit, it's 100% renewable by 2035 and net zero carbon by 2050. And yeah, we do need a significant build out on transmission. And that's why we are focused on making those investments through the American Jobs Plan. I wouldn't assume that the existing long lead time is going to stay, because it can't. We have to accelerate. One of the ways that we can accelerate is, in fact, the Department of Energy and the Department of Transportation have been having conversations about how you can co-locate along federal
And I'm a supporter.
rights of way.
Let me say that I'm a supporter of co-location in many cases. But what are we going to reduce? Are we going to reduce the environmental protections, or are we going to reduce the protections for citizens whose land will have to be taken under eminent domain?
But that's what I'm saying. If you co-locate under federal rights of way, you won't have to use the eminent domain. And there are over 20 lines that have already been permitted that are high-speed DC lines in the country that just need a little kick to get over. Unfortunately, the way they develop these lines is not on spec. In other words, the entity who's developing the line has to have an offtake in order to be able to pay for it. And
I only have 10 seconds left. Let me just say this.
Okay.
If you're replacing jobs in Central Appalachia, as McKinley was talking to you about, we're replacing $75,000 a year jobs, don't come in and offer us a few $25,000 to $35,000 a year jobs. We need a comprehensive plan to help Central Appalachia. I yield back.
I agree.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chairman lady of the Oversight Subcommittee, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And as well as what you were talking, and welcome, Madam Secretary, great to see you. And what you were just saying to Mr. Griffith is correct. We need the transmission. We also need to have the technology, and that's something that we're working on to get to these very ambitious goals, which we have to get to. What I want to focus my question on is the decades-long problems that we have with the DOE's Office of Environmental Management. As of fiscal year 2020, DOE's environmental liabilities were $512 billion, and they're continuing to grow at a rate that is outpacing the program spending year after year. And unfortunately, the Environmental Management Office's project and contract management have been on the high risk list at the GAO since 1990. So throughout all of these decades and both parties' administrations. Are you aware of the Environmental Management Office's challenges as the GAO has identified?
Yes, I am. Our Department of Environmental Management is well aware of the GAO list, the high risk list, and
Okay.
Go ahead.
So are you, do you know, the GAO recommended that the office develop a comprehensive project management plan, sufficient staffing skills, and a method for monitoring progress. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and are you working on, I mean, this is an intractable problem that we've had for many decades, so I can't imagine you've actually adopted and implemented a plan in the time that you've been there, but is the department working on a time frame to do that?
Well, we're working on continuous improvement. For example, the continuous improvement in contract and project management in reducing DOE's environmental liabilities is an ongoing effort. I'm really proud that the environmental management program has really demonstrated an ability to safely deliver progress on time and on budget, despite the fact that these are massive and huge and ongoing liabilities. Just
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to say just one quick example is that last year we completed the removal of an entire uranium enrichment complex at the Oak Ridge site, which was on the list. The GAO cited that success as an example of the strong commitment of environmental management leadership to improve contract and project management. So we are on it.
But here's what I want to say though. Even so, we have $500 billion of environmental liabilities. So I would just say we can't fix this like overnight, but it would be helpful rather than just saying we're working on it to try to develop a reasonable timeline. And that would also help the appropriators figure out how, what resources are needed and so on. One other question I have very quickly, I'm trying to move through this, is I want to talk to you about DOE's labs and the nuclear security enterprise, because concerns have been raised for years about the nuclear security enterprise. In fact, the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee of this committee has had sort of an ongoing series of investigations about that. And so I don't know if you know about the Augustine Mies panel that made recommendations about reintegrating the NNSA into the DOE. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. If you can, what they said is that it should be reintegrated, that the authorities that are confused right now should be clarified, and that ultimate accountability and responsibility for the nuclear mission should be under the Secretary of Energy. And I'm going to guarantee you, in the grand John Dingell tradition, every member of this committee believes that to be true, because these labs have always been under the DOE, and I'm sure you believe that too, since you're the Secretary of Energy. So I would just say I'd love working with you and your staff to clarify this, to get it implemented in this administration.
Can I just quickly respond that obviously America's national security is best served when we separate the development and the maintenance and verification of the nuclear weapons stockpile from the military use. And so the civilians and the scientists at NNSA's labs are best able to execute the science behind the warheads while leaving the military in charge of the control and delivery and integration of into the national defense strategy. It's worked for the past 75 years. I agree, it should continue.
Your words just went straight to John Dingell's ears in heaven. So thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And I think we need to work to implement these regulations together, and I yield back.
So they yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Granholm. Nice to meet you, and thank you for joining us today. You know, I'm very concerned that radical environmentalists are increasingly calling the shots for the Democratic Party, from the White House all the way down to the local level. we're seeing an all-out push to regulate and legislate America's cheap and abundant coal, oil, and natural gas resources out of existence. From the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline to some liberal communities declaring their intention to actually turn off the gas lines in their neighborhoods. It's clear that Democrats in office nationwide are following the Biden administration's lead. Here's maybe how you can help, Madam Secretary. As former governor, maybe you could have a talk with the current occupant of the Michigan governor's mansion and convince her to stop trying to shut down the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline, which, if successful, would kill thousands of jobs in my home state of Ohio. Or maybe you could remind her that what you said just last week at the White House is actually true, that in terms of moving fuel, you said, and I quote, pipe is the best way to go. And I agree, because pipelines safely move vast quantities of oil and gas products safely across the country, including from eastern and southeastern Ohio, a region blessed with an abundance of oil and natural gas reserves, providing thousands of good-paying jobs to the people that I represent. So, Madam Secretary, research shows that the administration's cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline will actually increase our nation's carbon footprint, an increase equivalent to the emissions of 500,000 more cars. Doesn't this make it obvious that the administration canceled the pipeline because of politics, not for climate benefits?
No. The Department of, well, let me just say this, with respect to the Keystone and the Department of Energy, which is my role here, that we are a cooperating agency.
No, I'm asking you a specific question, Madam Secretary. Did the administration cancel the pipeline because of politics? Because it was clearly not for climate benefits, because it's going to increase it's going to increase carbon emissions.
No, it canceled. I mean, the president made this commitment because he believed that there are other ways to go, especially in promoting clean energy and cheap energy.
But you said that pipe is the cleanest way, the safest way to move fuel. Here's another question then. You'll certainly be advising the president on these matters. Do you think the Biden administration will apply this same approach to other pipelines moving forward?
I can't predict what the administration is going to do, but can I just clarify that what I said regarding the Colonial pipeline was because Colonial is the only way to be able to get gasoline from one place to another along that seaboard, because there aren't deep water ports to be able to allow tankers in.
Well, we can haul it on tankers over the roadway, but I like your statement. I'm on your side. I agree with you that pipe is the best way to move fuel. So I hope you'll stand on that, and that's the way you'll advise the Biden administration. Madam Secretary, are you aware that the Clean Future Act that my Democratic colleagues are touting would essentially ban hydraulic fracturing in new pipelines, because it essentially will shut down the market for petrochemical products? Do you support that banning of hydraulic fracturing in new pipelines?
I am here representing the administration, and the administration has not supported a ban on fracking other than on public lands.
No, I didn't ask you if you're supporting the administration. I asked you, do you support the Clean Future Act that would essentially shut down hydraulic fracturing?
I support the goals of the Clean Future Act, and I don't know the specific provision that you are talking about.
What I would encourage you to, I'd encourage you to take a look at that, because it's diametrically opposed to what you say is the best way to move fuel. Madam Secretary, months into this administration, we're starting to see their energy agenda taking shape. It involves bringing millions of electric vehicles onto an inadequate energy grid, relying on, as your colleague John Kerry put it, green technology we don't yet have. And most alarmingly, leaving in the ground America's natural resources of oil and gas, all too rich, strict, all to restrict carbon-free goals. When we add all this up, do you believe it's even possible without compromising national security and grid reliability and America's standard of living to accomplish the goals that John Kerry's talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's interesting. Because you seem to have a different view on transit,
The gentleman,
but
the
that's
gentleman's
okay.
time,
I yield back.
the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman lady from California, Ms. Matsui, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Madam Secretary. It's good to see you again. I want to talk a little bit about some natural solutions. The National Academy of Sciences reported that terrestrial ecosystems currently absorb the equivalent of about 20% of greenhouse gas emissions. However, natural climate solutions could provide up to 37% of carbon emission reductions by 2030 with the appropriate management. Now, I have a reason for saying this is because I have a TREES Act, which is my bill to reduce energy bills through tree planting, which passed in the House's infrastructure bill last Congress. It can be used to help energy burden communities while also increasing tree canopy and green spaces and combating heat islands. Madam Secretary, how do you see natural infrastructure solutions such as a TREE Act play a part in decarbonization, and will the FY22 DOE budget request funding for such efforts?
Well, certainly we believe very strongly that natural solutions are a key part of making sure we get to our overall goals. We are, I don't know if where the status of your bill is, but we want to be a partner in making sure that we're able to do that.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. And I want to follow up on something that Representative Schreier brought up about nuclear power plants and the decommissioned ones. Due to the impasse with the Yucca Mountain repository, spent nuclear fuel at decommissioned nuclear plants continues to burden communities nationwide, including my home district of Sacramento, which has a decommissioned plant, a Rancho Seco, for the last 20 years. Earlier this year, I reintroduced the Store Nuclear Fuel Act, which would establish the legislative framework to develop a consolidated interim storage, or CIS, program at DOE. And just last year, I helped secure $20 million to start some of these efforts during the fiscal year 2021. Given previous administrative and congressional support for a CIS program, could you tell me more about the department's plans for FY21 funds and for our CIS program during FY22?
Yeah, I mean, we're very interested in finding a solution to Yucca Mountain, because obviously after years of inaction, it is just not a workable solution. So we're actively developing a strategic approach to moving forward with a consent-based cited federal interim facility like the blueprint calls for. And so possible steps that the department might take include requests for information, engaging with stakeholders and tribal governments, establishing a funding mechanism for interested communities and organizations and tribal governments to perhaps explore the concept of this consent-based siting of a federal interim storage facility. And the department hopes to announce our next steps with this process in the coming months. So I look forward to working with you and Congress on this very important issue.
Well, thank you. I do look forward to working with you on that. You know, we're approaching wildfire season. Well, we're in the middle of it already. It starts early in California. But last year's devastating wildfire season and this year's deadly Texas storm are testaments to the catastrophic impacts of intensified natural disasters due to the climate crisis. Due to this, I introduced the Power On Act with colleagues from California and Texas, including Representative Michael Burgess, who is also on the subcommittee. This bill would create a new program at DOE to help states fund grid resiliency upgrades for extreme weather events. What kind of investments does DOE and the AJP plan to make on extreme weather grid resiliency initiatives? And how can the Power On Act complement these efforts?
Yeah, there's a great complement there. And I think a lot of the ideas from the Power On Act can be easily incorporated into the American Jobs Plan on the transmission side. DOE obviously is committed to working cooperatively as we must with states and communities. So the benefits of transmission development, including the reliability and the climate benefits and the economic benefits, are shared broadly. And states obviously have the primary role in permitting and in siting transmission lines, and DOE can help to identify national transmission needs and coordinate states and federal agencies to ensure the transmission development's getting the attention that it needs. And I recognize that siting and permitting transmission can be really difficult. The Power On Act is one proposed way to address areas where the existing approaches have not been successful. So we're committed to doing this, the hard work that's necessary to build our transmission grid and to work with stakeholders using both existing authorities and funding and asking for additional funding and working with you on additional funding if needed. The Grid Deployment Authority that the President has proposed in the American Jobs Plan could serve as a central place to coordinate all of those efforts.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you on that also. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
You're on mute.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Bouchon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Granholm, thank you for taking the time to testify. It's very much appreciated. I have to admit, though, that after finally becoming energy independent and thus strengthening our geopolitical position in the world, having environmental ideologues at DOE is pretty concerning. And I think that's going to be a big problem. It's going to set us back decades in our economy and just damage our geopolitical position in the world. So it's unfortunate. As I've stated before, I'm a strong supporter of an all-the-above energy approach because it ensures reliability and affordability to the consumer, especially for the people that I represent in Indiana. To that end, I'm also strongly supportive of advancing technology and innovation as a means to continue to lower emissions, both here in the United States as well as globally. And it's been pointed out that we need to develop technology that India and China and other places can utilize. That's where our leadership should be. Madam Secretary, I do represent a district in Indiana, which is responsible for providing the bulk of the energy for the state and surrounding area, and most of that's from coal. As more plants are set to retire because of regulations and honestly low gas prices, there's going to be an increase in hardworking folks who are being laid off and struggle to find comparable benefits. We've had a substantial problem with job loss, just not as bad as Appalachia, but substantial. And I really think it's delusional to think that we can replace these with green energy jobs. We just can't. It's going to hollow out huge portions of our country. You mentioned this, I think, in your testimony, but do you believe that carbon capture and sequestration is part of the solution to get us to a zero carbon emissions position?
I do.
And do you think that fossil fuel resources then are necessary to ensure energy reliability as we incorporate more renewable sources of energy into the mix?
We know that the fossil fuel resources that we have are not going away other than what the market is doing, particularly with respect to coal. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said that we can't get to the goal of net zero carbon emissions without the technology to reduce CO2 emissions like carbon capture, use, and sequestration. So I agree with you. I don't know that we're that far apart on this. I know you started out by saying otherwise, but I think we're not in a different place. I'm just saying that I'm trying to offer an olive branch and say that I think we're in agreement on this technology.
Should send that message to some of the people up on the Hill who may or may not agree with you on that, and also the environmental activist groups around the country that think that we're going to eliminate fossil fuel overnight and still have a reliable, affordable energy grid. Switching gears a little bit, electric vehicles have advanced as much as they have and will continue to advance because of technology and innovation, and I support that. However, currently only 2% of cars on the road are EVs. So using that same technology and innovation, what other fuel alternative options, and you mentioned a little bit of this, would also should be utilized to lower carbon emissions in our transportation sector?
Yeah, I mean, here's one big one is I think that biofuels are really going to be important for the aviation sector and for those areas that do refining now in the biofuels arena. There's a huge opportunity because I know that airlines are looking for alternatives in that regard. I also know that because, as the president was at the Ford plant yesterday, and Ford has made commitments regarding electric vehicles, as has GM and a number of others, that we are going to, even though the number right now is small, we are going to see, and all the projections show, an increase in electrification of the transportation system. So I think that there's several vectors which can create jobs in America in moving to this clean energy future on the transportation side.
Fair enough. I mean, I think people, I know you realize that electricity, plugging in a car, the electricity still has to come from somewhere. And so, yeah, that will decrease emissions in the transportation sector, but we still have to address where the electricity comes from and how much we need. So do you have any data on the increased electricity demands that will occur when EVs are a larger percentage of the cars on the road?
Yeah,
and
there will
be. Where's that extra energy going to come from?
Yeah, there definitely will be increased demand, and that means that we have to add additional energy sources to the grid, and that's why a lot of the new energy that is coming on, like solar and wind, which are cheaper than others, is an opportunity for us to continue to provide affordable electricity. And then the research that's being done on energy storage, coupled with that, is so utterly important. The Department of Energy, as I mentioned, is considered, or we consider us the solutions place, and the cost of batteries, for example, have dropped significantly in vehicles, and we're going to do a whole effort that pushes to reduce the cost of energy storage for utilities as well. So technology solutions that are out there that we can deploy will create additional energy that we can put onto what we hope is an expanded energy grid and have us achieve these goals of being able to produce and use clean energy in the United States.
Okay, well, it'll also have to replace fossil fuel energy generation in addition, so it's a big challenge. Thanks for your testimony. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kastner, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Madam Secretary. I've loved the focus in this hearing on jobs and clean energy, especially related to transmission. It's been good to hear so much bipartisan agreement that we have got to make our electric grid more resilient, but we've got to connect up the clean energy sources. But I want to focus on buildings and energy efficiency in particular, because you had a very forward-thinking announcement this week, and I wanted to talk about that because there are significant savings opportunities for American families and business owners when it comes to making our buildings more efficient and connecting up with clean energy. It will really help us move entire markets to reduce carbon pollution and advance renewable energy. So your announcement this week, you announced a national initiative to make buildings cleaner and more resilient. One of the initiatives announced was development of a national roadmap for grid interactive efficient buildings. Can you tell us about that? How will smart building technologies help us both save money on our energy bills and then increase reliability of the electric grid?
We're so bullish on this, on using smart buildings, because first of all, we can build the products that get us to smart buildings in the United States. We can do the whole supply chain and then benefit from the technology. So, you know, we announced an initiative to create a roadmap for smart buildings, and there are some demonstration projects across the country, but we want to give more visibility to what a smart building is and to make sure that people understand that it will help to save them energy costs down the road, and of course help with greenhouse gas pollution. You're aware, I know, that the American Jobs Plan has this robust commitment to the federal government leading by example, not just deploying these technologies that we've got today, but by really, we want to make sure that we use the demand pull of the very significant market that the federal government uses. 100% zero carbon power 24/7, 100% zero carbon buildings and fleets. And in doing so, piloting and demonstrating the approaches that it'll take to truly decarbonize our economy. So what we were announcing today at our buildings, or this week at our buildings summit, was really all about that, demonstrating what technologies work, making sure people understand the value, for example, of heat pumps, which electrify a lot of the gas use in our homes, having grid connected smart buildings so that they are efficient, and giving people a sort of visibility into what that means. Linking buildings with like grid reliability and on-site storage systems to make them more resilient, including the electric vehicles that park there, all as tools to shift perhaps the timing of energy consumption. So we're super excited about this vision, and excited about making it happen, and excited to work with you all on it.
Yeah, and thank you so much at the outset for also focusing on making sure that we provide these resources and technologies to the communities that have been left behind and unheard, that people on the front lines, I mean, that will really, this whole Justice 40 focus will go such a long way to lifting up Americans who deserve a little extra hand up, I think. Energy codes also play a very important role in creating high quality jobs in building construction and throughout the supply chain. And DOE engages in a number of activities relating to building energy code development. And I appreciate DOE's expressed concerns recently over the changes by the International Code Council for the International Energy Conservation Code. Those changes, so members also know, will really constrain public participation and decelerate our needed progress in codes that will help reduce carbon pollution and support renewable energy. So how is DOE going to engage here and make sure that we have every tool in our toolbox to do what we need to do when it comes to putting money in consumers' pockets related to cleaner buildings and more efficient buildings?
Yeah, thanks for your leadership on this and for the ICC letter. We at DOE continue to believe that building energy codes are key to affordable and quality and safe housing that limits CO2. We also expressed our concerns about the changes to the process and the ability for stakeholders to participate. And while we're disappointed that the ICC chose not to address those concerns, we're going to continue to work with states and home builders groups and others to make sure that that vision is realized. And building codes obviously are implemented at the state level, and I'm certainly going to commit to doing all I can to do what DOE has always done, which is to support the state and local governments to adopt the building energy code for their community, and to go further even if they so choose.
Thanks so much. I yield back.
Generator yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping for 20 minutes. You and I are good friends, but probably not that good.
Oh, no, not that good a friend.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. And I would be remiss not to greet you with "Go Green, Go Blue."
All right.
Yeah, have to do that. As my colleagues have stated, the Department of Energy is the sector-specific agency for cybersecurity for the energy sector. This requires Department of Energy to coordinate with Homeland Security and other relevant federal agencies, as they ought to. I just came back from a press conference supporting Israel, but I mentioned the fact that they have a cyber czar that touches every area of Israeli life, their functions, their government, their military, their energy. And so I think it's important for us to learn from that, as we have, but also do things that are necessary for the United States. So let me ask, because the Chairman Rush and I have a bill together, a bipartisan bill, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, which would codify the functions of DOE's Office of Cybersecurity, energy security, and emergency response. Do you support, Madam Secretary, elevating the leadership of DOE's emergency response and cybersecurity functions to the Senate confirmed assistant secretary level?
We're looking at that, and we are, as I mentioned earlier, reorganizing to elevate CSER and its importance. So we want to work with you on it because we do agree that it is critically important for us to have a very robust leadership and execution in the Department of Energy at CSER. And as I say, we've just brought on a new head, and I'm excited to be able to introduce him to you shortly.
Well, we look forward to that, and I know that the chairman and I would be extremely pleased if you would move the direction to make sure that it has the gravitas that in this day and age we really need. I thank you for that consideration. Representative Latta and Representative Johnson touched on it some, but I think I need to address it a little further. As you know, Governor Whitmer has ordered the shutdown of Line 5, and you know as well as I do that that's almost 70 years of an accident-free contract that we've had. Also with an energy provider from our dear friend to the north, Canada. And it's important that we don't have to look at something that will bring consequences that we don't want to see, like the shutdown on the eastern seaboard that we've talked about already. The Colonial Pipeline, as I understand it, serves 45% of the region's fuel needs, while Line 5 serves more than 50% of Michigan's propane needs alone. That's significant. And this isn't just about higher fuel costs and thousands of job losses in refineries, but it's about the safety and security of our nation. We can't risk another Colonial type shutdown. And so at a press conference on May 11th, I was delighted to hear you express the quote that has been rehearsed already, that pipe is the best way to go in terms of transporting fuel. And so given these statements, Secretary Granholm, do you support the continued operations of Line 5?
Thanks for asking. Just to clarify, my comment about Colonial Pipeline was in that particular context because of the location of it and the product being moved through it. With respect to Line 5, it is a matter that's in active litigation, and DOE itself doesn't have a direct role regarding the project.
Well, I appreciate that. That's true. It is in litigation. But Madam Secretary, you said on March 24th, speaking to Fox Detroit, that President Biden, and I quote, President Biden will be the ultimate arbiter of Line 5. Now, we've tried to get the word from the administration on that matter. My colleagues and I have even written to the president months ago and have yet to receive a response. So which is it? As our nation's top energy official, I'm asking you if Governor Whitmer is successful in her lawsuit, and I hope she isn't, will the Biden administration intervene to keep the pipeline operational?
Yeah, again, because it's in active litigation, I'm not going to comment on it further.
Well, let me try it one more way. Will you commit this administration to working with Governor Whitmer and Canadian officials to resolve the matter?
Well, again, because of the posture of it at the moment in active litigation, I can't comment on it further.
Well, I appreciate that and the impact of closing Line 5. Yeah, thank you. We both do that. But thanks for being here. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Butterfield has now returned. So, Mr. Butterfield of the great state of North Carolina, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and please forgive me for stepping away from the camera for a few moments, but I'm back, and just thank you so much for recognizing me so quickly. Mr. Chairman, you are sponsoring this hearing today, you're convening this hearing, and it's very important. I've heard most of it, and what I've heard today is certainly information that we all need. Secretary Granholm is leading our country. She is leading the department in the right direction. And so, Madam Secretary, thank you so very much for your service to our country. The people of North Carolina, my home state, and in particular in my congressional district in the eastern part of the state, we were hit pretty hard by the Colonial Pipeline shutdown. I think my state probably led all of the states in the number of shutdowns that we had. It was very devastating. And so I've been following this situation very closely. And so I want to work with the secretary. I want to work with her staff as the investigation continues to make sure that something like this never, ever happens again. And so I look forward to receiving updates from the department and others on what we can learn from this event. Congress has an important role to play in safeguarding our nation's critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. And so I commend our president. I commend him for his executive order to improve the nation's cybersecurity. However, it is going to take us, it's going to take congressional action to fully fortify our nation's critical infrastructure. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to get this thing done in the next few weeks. Equitable access to clean energy is very important. There is significant solar production in my congressional district, and I'm eager to see widespread solar adoption. Both Lift America Act and the Clean Future Act, both of those include provisions for solar access to low-income communities and underserved communities. My question to you, Madam Secretary, can you please speak to your department's ongoing efforts related to solar access and how solar fits into the American Jobs Plan?
Yeah, solar is a big part of it, right? Because of the cost of solar having dropped so significantly and making solar available to citizens. So that comes in a variety of ways, right? We have individual solar and we've got utility scale solar. We have a great plan, and I'm really proud of how we're gonna keep that price of solar coming down. And we recently announced, just as an example, an ambitious target to cut the cost of solar in half again in the next 10 years. So it's already dropped significantly, and we're going to drop it by actually 60% in the next 10 years. And to help us get there, we are committing funding and assistance to help. So it's the plan itself is very comprehensive. Every bit of the process from the raw materials to the point a solar panel is delivering electrons to your house, and it includes continuing the front end research and development on materials science to develop lower cost and higher performing solar technology. I know we've supported all sorts of university research in this area, and it includes things that people don't often think about, like the soft costs of permitting and siting. These are a big part of why, as cheap as solar has gotten, it's still more expensive to install here than in other countries. So as one example, we're partnering with state and local governments to use this online permitting that is streamlined so that people can get standard rooftop solar permitted instantly rather than waiting for months. So long story short, a lot going on in this area. Happy to have your team connected.
I'm so glad that you mentioned university research, and I'll conclude by speaking to that. The discretionary budget includes funding for strengthening partnerships with HBCUs and MSIs to target disadvantaged communities for new clean energy investments and jobs. Can you, in the few seconds we have left, elaborate on what this funding would support and the importance of supporting diversity in the energy workforce?
Yeah, very quickly, the American Jobs Plan puts $10 billion into making sure that we have strong connections for research and development in HBCUs. We are going to partner with, once we get this funding, an HBCU to create an 18th national lab at an HBCU, which we're very excited about. And the importance of this is because when you do research, you have to have diverse people at the table because your product is going to be used by diverse Americans. And if you don't design it in a way that has the right inputs, you're not going to have the right outputs. So that's why you see, for example, facial recognition software consistently misidentifying African-American men because of the inputs not being fully cognizant of the diversity of our population. We need to have diverse researchers. We need to increase the STEM pipeline for that.
You're welcome back to North Carolina anytime. I know you were there in 2012 and you're welcome back at any time. Thank you. I yield back. Yes.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the other Carolina, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The better of the Carolinas, I can tell you that. I want to thank my colleague from California who mentioned nuclear waste. I'd like to submit for the record a letter to the Secretary. The subject is request to establish a DOE office dedicated to nuclear waste management. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman. Okay. All right, so we'll move on. We'll send that.
No objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you agree with the statement that with exception to transmission lines which go into neighboring countries, that renewable energy is not exportable?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, no.
Okay, tell me how you're going to export renewable energy other than transmission lines.
Right. I
I'm
mean,
sorry?
it depends on whether you consider energy storage an assist to renewable energy. Largely, of course, it is involved here, created here, deployed here. So yes, that is an important aspect of it. But I would say the technology that gets us to clean energy, a lot of that technology is exportable.
The technology is exportable. I'm talking about the energy as it's produced.
Yeah, it's largely done inside of a country, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can't load up a bunch of ever-ready batteries right now on a ship and send them out. But what we can do is load up natural gas and send it to neighboring countries and countries around the world to improve the quality of lives for so many people. We have an abundance of natural gas in this country, an abundance of fossil fuels in general. In fact, in 2017, we became a net exporter of energy. And so we're not seeing that now, but I just want to make sure that we understand that we're not exporting renewable energy, but we can export the fossil fuels that are produced here. I want to shift gears. I was pleased to hear you express earlier your support for nuclear power and its essential role in meeting the emission reduction goals, as well as meeting the 24/7, 365 baseload power supply that our nation needs to drive our economy, that you don't always get with intermittent energy sources, by the way, because we don't have, as you mentioned, the storage capacity. We may get there, I get that, but right now we don't, and we have to meet our needs in the 24/7, 365 baseload power arena. I was also encouraged by you mentioning support for advanced nuclear technology and research. To that point, I do have concerns that other countries are surpassing the United States in nuclear technology. Globally, 2/3 of all nuclear reactors under construction use Chinese and Russian designs. To maintain our competitiveness in the global nuclear arena, we must continue to pursue advanced reactor development. I've introduced a bill to reduce the expensive and burdensome permitting processes for new and advanced reactors by seeking to eliminate duplicative environmental reviews. To this end, I was pleased the Energy Security Act of 2020 included an alternative fuels report requiring the Secretary of Energy to submit a report to Congress identifying the viability for uranium-233 to be used as a fuel for advanced reactor development. Certain types of thorium reactors require U-233 as a necessary seed material. So, Secretary, are you aware of this report?
I am aware. I have not read it, but I'm aware that a report needs to happen.
Okay. Do you commit to making sure it fully covers the topics required, including consultation with stakeholders and providing it to Congress in a timely manner?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. I think U-233 is a topic we ought to discuss, Mr. Chairman, at some point in time as a viable product that we are downblending and losing as a strategic asset in this country. But let me shift gears. Secretary, Energy and Commerce members try to work closely with DOE and its leadership on important issues. I hope we can work on things like nuclear waste, for example, but I've got to ask you a question on behalf of my constituents to address concern, and that is your ownership stake in Proterra. Proterra is in Greenville, South Carolina, one of their facilities. I visited it. The Biden administration actually visited it recently with the president coming to Greenville. What have you done to unwind your investments in Proterra, and do you think that's a conflict of interest?
Yeah, I very much understand and agree with the importance of avoiding conflicts. I support that 1,000%. I'm in the process of fulfilling my obligation to divest. The selling of stocks and options is what's required for every appointee. And like every appointee, I've signed a comprehensive ethics agreement, which was drafted and vetted by the Office of Government Ethics. And that agreement ensures that I divest of all individual stocks and options within 180 days. And I expect to have that done well in advance of that deadline.
Good. I appreciate that. I just wanted to hear that on the record. I know my colleague, Mr. Norman from South Carolina on the Oversight Committee is investigating that, and
Chairman,
I yield back.
the chair now recognizes Mr. Welch of great state of Vermont for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Granholm, this is going to be easy. First of all, I want to say that I'm very excited about the entire team on the approach that President Biden is taking on climate change, where there is an emphasis on how much we can accomplish if we face the problem rather than deny the problem, and how many jobs we're going to create. So congratulations to him and to you and your entire team on that. Second, as a politician, you'll understand that I'm going to engage for a couple of minutes in some shameless self-promotion of energy efficiency bills that on a bipartisan basis we've been working on, and just flag them for you because we'd love your help. For instance, we're going to be reintroducing, Representative Clark and I, a federal energy efficiency standard that would require cumulative electricity savings of 27% and natural gas savings of 20%. Jill, let me just ask you very briefly, because I've got a couple of other bills to promote. How important is it to pair federal energy efficiency standard with federal climate policy?
Key tool in the toolbox to save money, create jobs, reduce our CO2 emissions, win, win, win.
Thank you. And energy saving performance contracts is something that got started in the Obama administration. I worked a lot with Representative Kinzinger on this. And the Obama administration exceeded their $4 billion target. And my hope is that Senator Coons and I wrote to President Biden asking whether his administration would commit to a similar performance contracting challenge. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention and hope that's something you could support.
Oh, totally. Obviously, performance contracting is a very powerful tool for energy efficiency. Certainly a tool for deploying other clean energy tools like rooftop solar or other distributed generation. And we are very supportive, and the federal government is using that all the time.
Right, and then a third one, Representative McKinley from West Virginia, whose coal mine, one of his coal mines I got to visit a few years ago. He and I have been working on Hope for Homes. And I know that in the American Jobs Plan, the administration has $213 billion for energy efficiency retrofits. And the McKinley-Welch bill would provide rebates for to help retrofit millions of homes across the country, and would provide extra rebates for moderate income homes and retrofits in underserved areas. And as you know, and you've been talking about, all those retrofits are local contractors, local tradespeople, local jobs. Just comment, if you would, on the significant federal investment that's needed to upgrade our nation's housing stock, and how these incentives would play a role in that.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but I mean, just to be clear, the American Jobs Plan also supports using the rebate and other incentives like you have described, including, as I mentioned before, block grants for state and local governments to make a major investment in homes and buildings. And this energy efficiency sector is the biggest bang for your buck in terms of job creation. So it's absolutely imperative for all of the reasons that you've described.
In our last bill I'm doing with Representative Sarbanes is the Federal Clean Building Jobs Act. And that will be introducing the Main Street Efficiency Act. This would allow our downtown businesses to get the benefit of some of these retrofit programs. So I just bring that to your attention. And then Great. Finally, you got an invitation from G.K. Butterfield and from Mike Doyle. They're good people, but come to Vermont first, okay? Thank you very much.
All right.
I yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Alabama, Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you for being with us, Madam Secretary. If we were to implement these policies, it will be a massive increase in the cost of energy. If we were to follow your Democrat colleagues' wishes, eliminate all the fossil fuel use, we would need a massive battery backup system and a battery system that would only have 12 hours of backup, according to MIT, would cost over $2.5 trillion. That's in addition to the trillions of dollars that we would have to spend to convert from our fossil fuel, natural gas, to renewables. This will be a tremendous burden on consumers, particularly low-income families. A study by two University of Chicago economists, one of whom was the chief economist for President Barack Obama, found that after 7 years, these renewable requirements would raise retail electricity prices by 11%. That's over $30 billion. And that after 12 years, it'd be 17%. We've already seen the impact of the bad Biden policy starting to be reflected in gas prices, but the increases that we've seen lately would look tame compared to what they would be with a carbon tax. That would add at least another 50 cents per gallon. Like I said, it would dramatically increase energy poverty in America. That disproportionately impacts the elderly and low-income households, that will drive jobs, especially manufacturing jobs overseas. Does this concern you?
I don't know. The studies that you have described are contradicted by other studies that show that a move to clean energy is in fact less expensive because you don't pay anything for sun and you don't pay anything for wind. And our efforts to reduce the cost of batteries and energy storage through technology, it is sort of like Moore's law, but on the energy side, as you continue to scale up the technology, you continue to reduce the cost.
Madam Secretary, I hate to cut you off, but that's a gross misrepresentation of the cost of renewables, because the only way you can say that is because of massive government infusions of cash, like you did with Solyndra. But I want to ask you about something else. And we're going to spend trillions of dollars on our power grid. Are you familiar with coronal mass ejections? Does that ring a bell with you, otherwise known as solar flares? Are you aware that the largest recorded geomagnetic storm occurred in 1859? It's called the Carrington event. It literally caused disruptions that could be seen all over the South. Telegraph lines literally caught on fire. There was another one in May of 1921 called the Railroad Storm that if it had occurred today, it would have taken 4 to 10 years to recover from that. It would have left 130 million people without power in the United States. And it would have caused $1 to $2 trillion in damage. There was a storm in 1989 that caused the collapse of the power grid in Quebec that left 6 million without power, and it was 1/10 the magnitude of the 1921 storm. And what really concerns me is if they project that a Carrington level event, the one that occurred in 1859, there's a 4 to 12% chance per decade. How successful do you think the effort would have been to get people to take the COVID-19 vaccination if they thought there was a 4 to 12% chance of them dying or being severely impacted by it? There's a report from Lloyd's of London that came out in 2013 that says a Carrington level extreme geomagnetic storm is almost inevitable in the future, and using their models and simulations puts the U.S. population at risk of 20 to 40 million people, with the outage lasting up to 1 to 2 years. That would be massively destructive. What are y'all doing to prepare for that?
I look forward to getting more information from your office about these events.
Are you telling me you don't know much about it?
I am telling you that I would like to read more about it.
Well, you should go back and look at what the Trump administration was doing on it. The Obama administration was engaged in it. And it really concerns me that you don't have an answer for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Use back. The chair now see that Mr. Vesey has returned and he's next in line. Mr. Vesey, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Secretary Granholm, thank you for coming before the committee today to talk about how we're going to invest in our energy's future. You've been very busy on the job, obviously, and y'all are doing a great job of making sure that we maintain our energy security while also trying to meet these climate targets. I want to thank you and the Biden administration for the bold vision in the American Jobs Plan. I'm very glad that the focus on the importance of deploying clean energy at lower costs has been paired with efforts to decarbonize the industrial sector using tools like carbon capture where appropriate. I'm especially pleased to see that the American Jobs Plan calls out the need for infrastructure to transport captured carbon from where it is emitted so that it can be permanently sequestered. This spring, I introduced the Storing CO2 and Lowering Emissions, or SCALE Act, and I was very happy to see that the American Jobs Plan endorsed the bill by name and recognized the need for large-scale carbon sequestration efforts. I look forward to continuing our work together to get the SCALE Act across the finish line. And as you know, the industrial sector produces roughly a quarter of the country's emissions and will be one of the most challenging to decarbonize, especially heavy industries like cement and steel. A number of analysis from leading energy and climate institutions, including a new report this week from the IEA, make it clear that carbon capture will be a critical solution for addressing these industrial emission sources. Federal assistance will also be needed to demonstrate and commercialize carbon capture technologies for industrial applications, likely with multiple facilities in each target industry. And the American Jobs Plan specifically includes funding for these types of projects, which could support 10,000 good-paying jobs per year, according to Decarb America. I understand the President's FY22 budget will include funding that could be available for industrial CCUS demonstration and commercialization projects. Secretary Granholm, in your testimony, you mentioned the importance of investing in the reduction of emissions in the power and industrial sectors. Can you talk more on how reducing emissions in the industrial sector can help us meet our climate goals, but also grow the base of good paying manufacturing jobs here in America? Because for the people in my district, I represent a very blue collar district. And just like where you're from in Detroit, Michigan, we have a General Motors facility in our district too. People in my district love good paying, hard working jobs. Can you just touch on that, how we can meet these climate goals, but also expand the good paying manufacturing jobs here in America?
This question is music to my ears. I mean, this is, I think, why the president asked me to be the head of the Department of Energy, because as you've seen on the commercials, et cetera, when he hears the word climate, he hears jobs, he thinks of jobs. And I mentioned earlier that there was a study out in January that said that there is going to be a $23 trillion, with a T, $trillion market for the products that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That includes products like carbon capture, use and sequestration, like hydrogen, like solar and wind, like geothermal, like nuclear. All of those products, there's going to be a massive global demand. And the whole thing is, why would we be importing, wind turbines from Denmark when we could be building them here and stamping them made in America and using them here and then exporting them? Why would we be allowing China to corner the market on the critical minerals that make up the batteries for the electric vehicle when we could be extracting them here with responsibly, sustainably, and processing them here sustainably and putting them into batteries here and putting them into vehicles here. That whole supply chain, that's ours for the taking if we make the right moves policy-wise on the demand side and investment-wise on the supply side. This whole area creates all kinds of jobs for all kinds of people in all pockets of the country. Good paying jobs, union jobs. You want to make sure that we have a transmission grid that works. Talk to the folks who are building that, the IBEW. Talk to the people who want to be able to be putting steel in the ground to make sure that we are able to put solar panels up in Arizona and deliver that power to a load center in another place, or to put wind turbines up in Wyoming and make sure it's delivered. All of these, everything, soup to nuts, has to be built somewhere. We should be building it and putting people to work making these products in the United States. So I'm sorry to be, I'm totally with you on this. And this is why this opportunity is for ours for the taking. And that includes opportunity for managing carbon as well in communities that have been left behind.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for coming in front of our committee today. As we have today's hearing, 3 of the world's top solar manufacturers are headquartered in China. Even if solar panels are assembled in the United States, we only produce 10% of the global supply of the underlying polysilicon material. China produces half. China has 77% of global lithium-ion battery production capacity, and most of our critical mineral supply chain is reliant on China. We are 100% reliant on imports for 17 critical minerals and depend on imports for over 50% of 29 widely used minerals. China is a significant source for half of these 29 minerals. As we increase renewable energy and electric vehicle adoption in the United States, we become even more reliant on China and the whims of the Chinese government. We are putting our nation's energy independence at risk and delivering economic benefits and jobs to China, which is currently the world's leading consumer of coal, continues to build coal-fired plants at a rate that outpaces the rest of the world combined, and accounts for 28% of all global CO2 emissions. It wouldn't surprise me if China is behind the push to decrease and eliminate the use of America's natural gas and mining, and increased use of solar panels and EV batteries that are made in China. My first question, Secretary, is last month, I sent a letter to you dated April 22nd. I was joined by many of my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee urging you to prioritize important critical mineral programs that were enacted as part of the Energy Act of 2020. What actions are you taking in your role as Secretary of Energy to secure our nation's critical mineral supply chain?
Great. As you could tell from my previous comments, I'm completely with you on this. We should be having our own energy security, including critical minerals and the supply chain here. So let me just talk a little bit about what we're doing inside the department to do that. So research and development in our offices of science and fossil energy and energy efficiency and renewable energy, we are coordinating those investments across DOE. It includes DOE's significant longstanding investment in critical materials in the Advanced Manufacturing Office's support of the Critical Materials Institute, an energy innovation hub led by Ames Laboratory that leverages decades of DOE investments. The Department of Energy has a strategy for critical materials and minerals aligned 3 pillars. One is to diversify the supply, and that means to do responsible mining here at home. The second is to develop substitutes for critical minerals so that we don't have to rely on minerals from nations that don't have our best interests at heart. And the third pillar is to improve reuse and recycling of critical minerals. So when it comes,
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I wish I had more than 5 minutes, because I really want to hear all your stuff. But if that's the case, can you explain to me why the Biden administration, that they reversed a decision for Resolution Copper Mine in Arizona? I mean, we were going forward with this copper mine in Arizona, and then the Biden administration right out the gate reversed the mining. I mean, if the Biden administration really wants to replace China as the source of our critical minerals, I don't understand why you're opposing some mining here. But let me go on. Another question. The fact that China supplies 80% of the world's polysilicon is well known. It is also known that in Xinjiang, which much of the world's global polysilicon production occurs, China uses the Uyghur population as slave labor. With the proposed clean energy standard, how will the administration make sure we aren't importing the product of slave labor?
Right, this is another great example. I can say this as former governor of Michigan. We have a company called Hemlock Semiconductor that was North America's largest supplier of polycrystalline silicon used in solar panels, and much of that work went to China. So we have seen it firsthand. And so the question is for us, what can we do to make sure that we have made in America supply chain? And that will mean supporting these industries here. It may mean that we have to think through creatively, what tax credits do we have to make us competitive here? But for years, as you know, we have been bowing to the altar of low cost in an unfettered free trade environment. And so we have to say, what is going to be good for America to have a manufacturing backbone for our clean energy? And that example that you gave is number one. So we want to have a Made in America strategy. That's what President Biden has asked all of the cabinet to do. That's why we're leading by example in using Made in America products on federal buildings and solar panels here. We want to create the market here for products that are made in America, so that supply chain is built back out here.
Well, thank you. And if that's truly the goal, I hope that you will decrease permitting and increase mining. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for organizing this important hearing. And I want to thank Secretary Granholm for your incredible patience and stamina with our committee today. President Biden's American Job Plan outlines an ambitious and much needed approach to upgrading American infrastructure for the 21st century. And I'm excited that his plan includes robust investments in solar, wind, electricity storage, and energy efficiency. The president's plan puts us firmly on the path to decarbonizing the electric grid. And I want to commend you and President Biden for recognizing in particular the potential for offshore wind, which presents many exciting opportunities, especially in New England. An area of infrastructure that desperately needs attention is America's dams and the low carbon hydropower they provide. Hydropower is one of the nation's largest sources of low carbon energy. And in the coming weeks, I will introduce legislation based on the recent path-breaking Stanford University-led Uncommon Dialogue Agreement between the U.S. hydropower industry and the environmental community. My legislation will provide over $60 billion for what we call the 3 Rs, to rehabilitate existing U.S. dams for safety, retrofit them for power, and in some cases, remove them for river conservation. Madam Secretary, the Department of Energy has identified hundreds of non-powered U.S. dams that could be retrofitted with turbines to produce hydropower. According to a DOE study, more than 10,000 megawatts of electricity could be developed at existing non-powered U.S. dams. Do you believe the federal government should lead efforts to retrofit dams for hydropower production?
Yes, ma'am. And as you have said, I think it is a damn good idea.
Thank you. And while we look to retrofit dams where appropriate, we should be honest that countless of the 90,000 dams in this country have outlived their useful lives. And we have members on this committee, and including yourself from Michigan, that have experienced these accidents and failings. Do you believe the federal government should help improve the health of our nation's rivers by providing funding to remove dams where communities and owners decide that is the best path forward?
Yes.
And as you outlined in your testimony, the Department of Energy employs some of the brightest scientists in the country. Should DOE prioritize research to enhance hydropower production, dam safety, and dam removal strategies?
Yes, yes, and we are working inside to do that.
Excellent. So finally, one last question. Hydropower is a reliable energy source available to power the grid when the wind stops blowing or the sun goes down. How important is this source of, quote, firm power as we move toward a grid that relies on variable sources of energy, and in particular, the storage from hydropower?
Yeah, clearly the combination of the dispatchable, reliable power and the storage is irresistible. As we all know, this is the mother lode of what we are looking for as we move to a zero carbon future. And so dams have to be a piece of this. I know that they're capital intensive, and so figuring out a mechanism to make sure we can do the work necessary to be able to fully use hydropower is critical. Other countries have done it. We can do it too.
Terrific. Well, I look forward to working with you and your team. And I want to urge all of my colleagues to please join me when I introduce this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'm yielding back with a minute to go. The most efficient testimony yet. Good luck. Maybe our secretary can get a brief breather here.
Right.
Take care. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair wanted to announce that a vote is pending. It is the intention of the chair with the concurrence of the ranking member that we will proceed with those members who remain on screen with questions during the votes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pitts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush and Ranking Member Upton, for holding this hearing. And thank you, Secretary Granholm, for appearing before us today to discuss your department's FY 2022 budget request. Like many of my colleagues on this committee, I support an all of the above strategy for energy production, which I've said many, many times, but not an everything but approach, which seems to be where the Biden administration is headed. Your department plays a critical role in fostering innovation to lower carbon emissions and establish a diverse slate of competitive energy sources. However,
Uh-oh. It looks like he has connection dropped.
Mr. Pitts, seems as though he has dropped. 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go. The chair will continue and now recognizes Ms. Marigon for 5 minutes. Ms. Marigon, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair Rush, for holding this hearing on the Department of Energy Fiscal Year 2022 budget, and Madam Secretary Granholm for joining us today. Secretary Granholm, the American Jobs Plan calls for major investments in critical infrastructure. Can you talk about how investments in clean energy microgrids could be part of this investment plan and the resiliency benefits for communities?
Yes, thank you so much for this question. So microgrids, as you're aware, are a critical tool for modernizing the power grid, both to be more resilient in the face of disasters, as well as making sure that we maximize the benefits of clean energy. The microgrid itself allows smaller sections of the grid to be managed for resilience, which allow,
19, right?
for example, blackouts to be minimized. I think of this in California, where there have been sections of the grid pulled down because of high winds, but a microgrid might not have that same issue. It allows for localized energy security strategies. And then, in terms of distributed energy resources, everything from on-site solar to battery storage, they can all be used to power a local microgrid to maximize the benefits of those resources. So the department's doing a lot of work on this, and we see it as a really promising component of the investment grid resilience that's included in the American Jobs Plan.
Well, thank you. I have a bill with Representative Clark called the Energy Resilient Communities Act, which invests in clean energy microgrids for critical infrastructure in environmental justice communities and is included in the Clean Future Act. I hope as we work on legislation to enact the American Jobs Plan, we can get this idea included. My next question, Madam Secretary, is the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Program at the department is an important tool for supporting the domestic manufacture of zero emissions vehicles. Clean shipping groups have called for a similar loan program for manufacturing zero emissions shipping vessels in order to accelerate the domestic development of zero emission ships. Do you have any reaction to this idea?
That's so interesting. I had not heard about that, but I think it's really interesting because it's a hard to decarbonize sector, shipping is, and so I know that the Advanced Technology Vehicle loan program is potentially available to help with something like that, and certainly the research that's being done in the ATVM office would be very interested in moving that direction. So I've got to dive more and learn more about what the shipping community is actually asking for.
Well, thank you so much for that. As somebody who represents the Port of Los Angeles, one of the busiest port by volume container, it's important that we include ports in our vision to go zero emissions and clean. My next question, Madam Secretary, the department recently announced $17.3 million for college internships and research projects to connect STEM students with DOE's national laboratories, including a focus on HBCUs and minority serving institutions. Investing in diversity for STEM research and education is critical, including for Hispanic serving institutions and Latino STEM majors. Can you talk about how your department will work to ensure this award and further awards are inclusive of Hispanic serving institutions and Latinos?
Yeah, for sure. This is really part of our whole workforce development strategy inside of the Department of Energy, is that we need a diverse pipeline of scientists and researchers to be able to ensure that the research we're doing reflects all of America. I was starting to mention this earlier, that the Office of Science is going to expand these efforts to support research and training of students from MSIs and historically and HBCUs and Hispanic serving institutions of higher education and tribal colleges and universities. So all of this is part of the effort to expand the pipeline of those STEM workers. The money that we announced for internships is a step in that direction. The efforts that are going on at every lab to expand outreach, especially to serve institutions that serve communities of color, is just really an incredibly important part of how we're going to get to the goal of producing products that really reflect and are best suited for all of America.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Granholm. And I appreciate, we make wind farms in wind turbines in Grand Forks, North Dakota. So if we can make more of them, we're all in. And I appreciate your comments on responsible mining and processing in the US, I do think when it comes to supply and demand, the private sector will figure that out. But if you can give any members on this committee, particularly on the other side, a nudge on the FAST Act permitting, that would probably be helpful. Because one thing we've heard over the course of the last 2 years, whether it's on this committee or the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, permitting takes longer, it's burdensome, access to capital, all of these things are a real issue. And I also think as we talk about mining rare earth metals and doing those things, Congresswoman Lesko talked about this as well, we are going to have to do something about sue and settle litigation. We're seeing it coming out of the Keystone XL right now. The nationwide permit 12, which the appellate court kicked back, is now being used by environmental activists to attack other infrastructure projects all across the country. But I also want to say thank you for giving virtual remarks at the Williston Basin Petroleum Conference last week and talking about that traditional fossil fuels will remain important to the U.S. and casting carbon capture and storage as a huge job opportunity and agreeing to work with our governor on how we can do those things. So you said to Representative Bouchon that you support carbon capture in research and development, correct?
Correct.
And you support biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel as we continue to move down this?
Yes.
And you told Representative Kinzinger that you support nuclear energy?
Yes.
And now these are a little different. These are mine. Do you support repairing pipelines and other carbon-based fuel infrastructure?
Absolutely.
Do you support road improvements and infrastructure for non-electric vehicles?
Yes, of course.
And then I guess this might be so did you have an opportunity to read the report issued by the Environmental Justice Advisory Council last week?
I did not read the report from last week.
Well, it came out and it's made up of CEQ, OMB, and climate advisor Gina McCarthy. And they suggested essentially every one of those projects should be not funded as they extend the life of carbon fuels. I think it would be safe to say, given your comments, you would disagree with that report, right?
Well, I have to look at the report. I do know that the administration supports what we've just described. They support nuclear, they support carbon capture, use, and sequestration, they support hydrogen, they support repairing pipelines. So I'd have to take a look at it because I would be surprised if
we keep saying
to look at it.
The administration and this is where my concern comes. And I'm great for differing opinions. I as a lifelong holder of minority opinions, I appreciate when other people have opinions. But I mean, this is the administration too, right? This is CEQ, this is OMB. Gina McCarthy is appointed by the president, and they specifically argue against extending any infrastructure that would extend, specifically targeting carbon capture, which is the most concerning to me, that would extend the life of fossil fuels. So I'm not saying you have or haven't read the report, but let's just say you disagree with that position, right?
Well, I just need to look at it because I need to understand the context because it's different than what I've heard. So.
Well, all right. So let's just.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I need to look at it.
Well, I'll just ask the question without the report. You would disagree with the position of not investing in carbon capture?
I would disagree with that. And so would the president. The president has put forward an American Jobs Plan that has carbon capture, use, and sequestration as 10 of the demonstration projects.
We're hoping to get one in North Dakota.
Yeah, I know.
And we are potentially the first carbon neutral coal mine in the country. So hopefully we're excited about it. So I want to just go to cyber for a second. And we're talking about, and I am not an expert on this, but there's nothing unique about Colonial, right? I mean, this is the latest cyber attack, but we have seen attempted cyber attacks on dams. We know that our electric utilities in those areas are constantly under threat of that. Nuclear plants, basically any of our infrastructures, we continue to move forward, right?
Correct.
And I mean, as we continue to move down these paths and dealing with this, and I do appreciate everything, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that there is nothing unique about this. And when what's going on, and from everything we saw in Houston, and then from all the panic buying we saw out over here, I don't think it's helpful for people like me who are generally skeptical when comments are made that if you have an electric car, it would not be affecting you. Because the attack on the cybersecurity it was pipelines that time, but very next time it could be a utility company. And I don't think the comment would be, well, if you drive a gas car, it wouldn't be affecting you. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, you back. The chair now recognize Mr. Pence, who is returned. No, I'm sorry. I'll be out of order. The chair now recognizes Ms. Blunt Rochester, the NIM, and then we will recognize Mr. Pence, who's returned. Ms. Blunt Rochester, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling this important hearing. And thank you also, Secretary Granholm, for testifying today on the President's discretionary budget. It's good to see you. The recent Colonial Pipeline cyber attack and the extreme weather event earlier this year in Texas and parts of the Midwest exposed the need for a more resilient energy infrastructure. As we continue to move toward greater reliance on electricity, we need to do more to fix the vulnerabilities in our energy systems and better guard against future disasters. Secretary Granholm, last month I briefly shared with you a little bit about my bill, HR 1485, the Open Back Better Act, which is included in both the Clean Future Act and the Lift America Act. This legislation invests in retrofits to public buildings such as hospitals, libraries, and community centers, making them more energy efficient and more resilient against future threats. It creates good paying jobs and prioritizes upgrades to low wealth communities and communities of color, which are so often disproportionately burdened by the impacts of public emergencies and natural disasters. And in an ongoing pandemic, with the additional risk from climate-related disasters and cyber threats, we need a more resilient energy infrastructure to better prepare our country for the inevitable future disasters. And the Open Back Better Act does just that. And I'm looking forward to further discussing this bill with you and working with you and your team. Under the Open Back Better Act, federal funding would flow through existing programs at the department, including the Office of Indian Energy and the State Energy Program, which would require that 40% of grant funds be provided to environmental justice communities. In your testimony, you highlighted the department's commitment to environmental justice. Can you elaborate more on how the department is working to meet the energy infrastructure and resiliency needs of our EJ and Indigenous communities?
Yes, thank you for that and for your leadership on this. You know, as secretary and in line with this administration, we're committed to prioritizing equity and addressing historic injustices across, in our case, DOE programs. There are too many communities, as you have alluded to, in our country, especially low-income communities and communities of color, both urban and rural, who have experienced disproportionate downsides of issues like pollution stemming from our energy system. And at the same time, they've missed out on the benefits. So the department, in partnership with Congress, I hope, we aim to center research and policy and technical assistance to advance the president's commitment to ensure that 40% of the benefits of the clean energy transition to flow to disadvantaged communities, to implement that Justice 40 initiative across the entire DOE complex, and to coordinate with other federal agencies as well to advance a whole of government approach to equity and to justice. And I just want to mention that we are equally focused on energy communities as well that have produced fuels like coal and power from coal, and too often don't see a future for themselves in the energy transition. Both types of communities have been negatively affected by whether it's market trends or geographic trends. And we are really proud to be leading the interagency efforts, working with the president and a lot of other federal agencies to channel resources to job creation and other economic assistance to those communities on both types of communities. So I look forward to working with you to realize this important priority.
Great. Can you give like a couple of some specifics on what efforts you're undertaking to retrofit public buildings?
Well, our Buildings Technology Office is all about the retrofits, both large and small, and we're certainly doing it as a lead by example matter inside of the federal government, because the president has insisted that we do that, and as we do that, to make sure that we get a multiplier effect of buying American, for buying the products that are made in America, you know, retrofitting these buildings that are in America by putting people to work, and of course the benefit from CO2 emission reductions. So it's all of the above. And I would say too that when the American Jobs Plan is passed and you see an increased amount in both weatherization and building retrofits, that amount of money is going to benefit communities all across the country, whether they are VA hospitals or individual homes.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to working with you on this legislation. And I yield back 7 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Fisk for an additional 5 minutes. He had about 8 seconds to go, I think, when you lost your connection. So you're recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Fisk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and sorry, everybody. Here's another example of why I can't wait till we're back in the committee rooms and holding these hearings in person. And I'm just going to continue on, Madam Chair, where I left off. I'm also concerned that my colleagues in Congress are pushing the American people into untested energy technologies that are not yet ready to sustain our current demand. These endeavors, like electrifying our transportation sector, will not work for the rural Hoosiers that I represent in Indiana's 6th District. Vehicles used in trucking and agricultural industries will require a higher energy density than what is possible with the current EV battery technologies. Therefore, I urge your department to direct more resources to the expansion of alternative liquid fuels like renewable diesel, biodiesel, renewable natural gas, or hydrogen that can support our trucking industry and lift our farmers that are critical to my Hoosier economy. In fact, 1/3 of the corn in Indiana is used to produce ethanol, an environmentally very friendly fuel. Another option to consider is hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. Across the world, and notably in the EU and Asia, countries are heavily investing in hydrogen to meet the next generation energy needs. Recently, I introduced a bipartisan Clean Energy Hydrogen Innovation Act with my colleague and fellow Hoosier Congressman, Andre Carson, to expand opportunities under the Department of Energy's Loan Guarantee Program for hydrogen and fuel cell applications. I am proud that Cummins Engine Company, headquartered in my hometown of Columbus, is leading the nation in research and development into hydrogen fuel in the transportation industry, particularly heavy duty. Madam Secretary, can you commit to working with me on my legislation to utilize the Loan Guarantee Program for expanded hydrogen applications?
Very interested in using the loan guarantee program for hydrogen, whether it's for fuel cells or hydrogen for energy delivery. So yeah, I'd love to learn more.
Great, and it's an exciting future. Another question, Madam Secretary. I have a particular interest in hydrogen because of its versatile applications in connection to existing assets in natural gas. And of course, as you well know, energy needs to be transported from point A and B, which I spent an entire career doing. Whether blending with natural gas, transporting hydrogen to fueling centers, or creating hydrogen with steam methane reformation, there needs to be a role for expanded pipeline networks. Should natural gas and pipeline stakeholders have a seat at the table regarding the department's role in clean energy innovation?
Yes.
Okay, that's a damn good answer, Madam Secretary, like you mentioned before. So with that, Mr. Chair, again, sorry for the confusion, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, Ranking Member Upton, for today's hearing. I appreciate it. Madam Secretary, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Welcome. And I want to thank the President for this great nomination of yours. And finally, you're sitting where you need to be sitting for the best of America. Now, there's no question that our country must transition away from fossil fuels and reduce carbon pollution. However, we must remember the communities, the people in those communities that have been working to meet our energy needs for decades. Our clean energy future must include everyone. You can clearly see the energy transition taking place in my district in rural Arizona. In November 2019, the Navajo Generation Station closed. Not only did the station close, but it affected the revenues of 3 different counties in the state. It affected every city and town in that area and state revenues, school districts, fire districts, local communities. It's losing people and losing communities at the same time, or this country cannot afford to lose those communities. The closing of the plant also included the Kayenta coal mine, cost Northern Arizona over 700 of its best paying jobs by far. In my district alone, the 3 remaining coal-fired power plants will be retired starting in 2025. I have introduced a bill, the New Promise Act, which would focus attention on the needs of these communities and invest in economic development, job training, and infrastructure for those individuals that are in need of a job, a well-paying job. I'm pleased to see the administration is also focused on the needs of these impacted communities, and I look forward to working with you. Secretary, the White House's interagency working group on this topic issued a report last month. It cited the Four Corners area as a priority and called out the need to work with tribal leaders. How are you working with local leaders in these impacted areas to make sure their needs are heard, especially in tribal areas, of which my district includes the highest population in the United States? Please answer the question.
So, thank you. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for asking this. The report that you refer to is being, the Intergovernmental Working Group is being stood up now, where we are hiring people to be able to ensure that the funding that was identified, and particularly if the American Jobs Plan is passed, the research and deployment projects that are embedded in that will go to these that have identified and to the environmental justice communities. And in your case, there's it's both, right? Communities that are in transition from coal and power plants and environmental justice. So we are, the tribal communities have a seat at the table. Our Indian Affairs Office is headed by a wonderful woman named Wahala Johns, who is guiding our conversations with the tribal communities in this. The whole point of this report is really to get communities that have powered us and who have seen opportunities move away and jobs move away to see in themselves and to actually have in themselves job providers that will provide future jobs, not just jobs, but careers, good paying careers. And that's where we want to focus. That's what the first screen was about, in identifying which communities are the hardest hit. And you have identified yours, you saw that yours was identified inside the report. So we want to work together on this. I'm sure we will be having further conversations on it, because the opportunities for directing investment and jobs into those areas are really ripe, especially if we pass this American Jobs Act.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about Colonial. Cybersecurity. It's not just about the energy sector, it's about every major sector and priority of our country. And I'm hoping you bring back the message to the president. This is a national emergency. I've been sitting here for years, and before that, others have sat here, and never have we gotten around to really addressing the cybersecurity issue, even within our Defense Department. Secretary, the Interagency Working Group has also pointed out some of these communities transitioning away from coal are well suited for investment in renewable energy, especially solar. They must have the ability to have industry back into those areas, many types of different industry, in order to survive. How can we ensure that these communities are the ones benefiting from investments?
Yeah, I mean, this is why the Environmental Justice 40 is really targeted toward these communities as well. We have to make sure we also have transmission leading from the community, so that we build out solar, especially utility scale solar. We want to be able to take that solar and make sure it's sent to places where the demand is really high for renewables. So it's transmission, it is solar. It's also capping orphan oil and gas wells in these, capping orphan mines.
Secretary, I have to yield this time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
No problem. Thanks a lot. And I yield, Mr. Rush.
All right, the gentleman yields back. The chair, there are a number of wave-ons right now, and I see on screen, Ms. Trahan from Massachusetts. Ms. Trahan, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Rush and Ranking Member Upton, for having us here today and letting us wave on. And certainly thank you, Secretary Granholm, for your leadership as our country looks to make a once-in-a-generation investment into clean energy infrastructure. You're building a more resilient grid, incentivizing electric vehicles, expanding offshore wind. These are critical and immediate steps toward achieving net zero emissions by 2050. And I associate myself with the remarks of the chair and our colleagues in highlighting those investments. I just want to take a few moments to ask about the increased funding for innovative technologies, including fusion energy research. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine have stated that fusion offers the prospect of virtually unlimited carbon-free energy. Last Congress, Representative Lamb and I sponsored an amendment on fusion research, and this amendment will support public-private partnerships to make fusion energy a reality by building full-scale demonstration facilities and creating new jobs here at home. One such private sector entity, Commonwealth Fusion Systems, is an MIT spinoff, recently announced that Devens, Massachusetts, a community in the district that I'm honored to represent, will soon be the home of its demonstration fusion plant. And it would be fitting for our clean energy revolution to be born just a few miles away from the birthplace of the American Revolution and our industrial revolution. So Secretary Granholm, I'm wondering if you can take a moment to speak to the importance of supporting fusion energy R&D projects.
Yes, I am fully supportive. In fact, I think I mean, I know I visited MIT and their fusion research initiative, and if that's spinning out now, that's great. That means that they've gotten additional support financially to be able to do that. You know, fusion, kind of like hydrogen, I've been saying, is like the holy grail. It's a little closer in, perhaps, in terms of being able to deploy, but fusion and the ITER project that is happening in France and our investment in that all signals that we believe that the potential for fusion and creating an energy without waste, nuclear energy without waste, is really, that's really so fantastic. So bottom line is the department has been investing in fusion research, will continue to invest in fusion research, and we see the huge opportunity in fusion research in being able to solve so many of these problems that we're trying to figure through now. But I know that it's going to take a little bit of time to get there.
Well, thank you for all of that. Similarly, I was also excited to see the additional funding for the existing Advanced Research Projects Agency Energy Program. There's several innovative companies in Massachusetts that have used and are using ARPA-E to study advances in material science that will lead to breakthroughs in energy efficiency and storage. For example, Triton Systems in Chelmsford, Massachusetts used ARPA-E funds to demonstrate a high efficiency window pane system that will encourage retrofitting of single pane windows. So I think since 2009, Massachusetts has received $241 million in early stage R&D funding for 90 projects. And so I'm hoping you can just speak to your vision for the proposed $1 billion of Advanced Research Projects Agency for Climate. How could those funds drive innovation in our country?
Yeah, I mean, like ARPA-E, ARPA-C is going to be investing in the kinds of solutions that are breakthrough solutions that are happening across the country. And so whether it's in next generation hydrogen or next generation climate resilience, the bottom line is we need all of this research happening. And this ARPA-E and ARPA-C are just ways to incentivize the private sector, give these great entrepreneurs the chance to take their idea to scale and to test it out. So as you have identified, it has launched so many, and we want it to continue. The notion of ARPA-E and the incentive that some funding provides to start these startups who have great ideas. We want to continue that. We want to be the place where solutions happen, or where solutions are, where the seeds of solutions are planted through ARPA-E and ARPA-C.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. Certainly we'll look forward to working with you, and please consider this an open invitation to visit our labs and our demonstration facilities anytime. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now sees that Mr. Schrader, a former regular member of the subcommittee, has returned, and therefore, Mr. Schrader, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've had to adapt and improvise here with our inability to get onto Webex with our usual devices. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. Appreciate it very, very much. Also appreciate your recognition of hydropower as safe, clean, renewable, carbon-free form of energy that our country relies on, and particularly the Pacific Northwest. Associate myself with the comments of Rep. Schreier and Rep. Rogers on the advantages of clean hydro, and just would like to get clear the administration's position on the public sector that provides a lot of opportunity, particularly in my region through the Bonneville Power Administration and the administration's support of Bonneville Power and other regional public providers.
You were cutting out just a little bit, but if you were asking about our plans and support for the power marketing agencies that are so reliant upon and so key in hydropower, 1000%, both Bonneville and WAPA, all of them are critical in delivering clean, carbon-free power, and have been to customers in these areas across the country. We're very supportive. We'll continue to be supportive. We've got some new leadership, and we're excited about that and continuing to serve the customers in a way that's affordable and reliable.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the response. Also see a 27% increase in nuclear technology, advanced nuclear technology opportunities in the budget, and looking forward to seeing that realized. We have some innovators in my home state of Oregon, NuScale in particular, but a lot of SMR opportunities out there. Be curious what role you see them playing in the renewable energy space going forward, and also, frankly, how this administration plans to deal with the regulatory framework for our existing nuclear fleet, much less our SMRs. It seems to be pretty burdensome when I talk to providers, and is there a way to streamline that? Our committee's been trying to do that for years, and I'd like to partner with the administration.
Yeah, first, as I was saying a couple of hours ago, I think the importance of maintaining our nuclear fleet is really critical if we're going to achieve our goals of net zero carbon emissions. DOE is doing a huge amount of research in advanced reactors. Our advanced reactor program supports the development of a bunch of innovative US-based designs for those SMRs, small modular reactors, and that this new technology has really got the potential to provide safe and clean and cost competitive energy generation options for both domestic and international markets as well. We are seeing some promising results with the work of NuScale, for example, which is the first small modular reactor developer to obtain actually the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, approval of its final safety evaluation report. So it puts the NuScale design on track to receive full NRC certification by mid to late 2021. And all of that we're supportive of.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a lot of exciting developments across the renewable energy spectrum as we try and deal with climate change. Very real. Notice a sea change of opinion on the Energy and Commerce Committee, where I think most everybody's aware of climate change, may disagree on the origins and what have you. And there's ways to adapt. I'm very concerned with the one size fits all or my way or the highway approach. I happen to be an all the above energy legislator. I realize a lot of different states have different backgrounds. And as we transition to a cleaner energy economy, I think I've heard from labor in particular that we should get ahead of that transition. And a lot of coal sites, for instance, that may be ratcheting back, they provide a great site for small modular nuclear reactors and others. And is there any plans by this administration to help the various coal, oil, and gas industries transition some of the existing workforce that we have into some of the engineering opportunities in the nuclear, small modular nuclear reactor area? Because I think we need to get ahead of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're interested in helping these communities transition into good paying jobs. Obviously, nuclear is really good paying jobs, and it's one of the reasons why we're excited, for example, about the Vogtle plants in Georgia coming online, hopefully in the not too distant future, and the jobs that will come with that. We're looking at all kinds of clean energy technologies that will be good paying. We don't want to just have people earning minimum wage and in clean energy. We want them earning the kinds of wages or better that they earned when they were mining coal. That means we want to encourage unionization in these communities of clean energy providers. So we are really focused on this through the intergovernmental work group on coal and power plant communities. And to the extent that you are aware of how we might be able to convince any private sector player to move to those communities, we will be helpful in making them successful. We are looking at this now in the communities that have been identified in the intergovernmental work group, and we want to continue to encourage job providers to move to those places in a way that allows them to be successful, because these are good people and good workers.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now returns to the wave ons. And with that said, the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the great state of Michigan, Ms. Dingle, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see you, my dear friend, and I'm going to be talking fast, so I'm glad you understand me talking fast because I have a lot of questions. Let's start with electric vehicles, specifically how we strengthen domestic manufacturing and supply chains in the United States. Yesterday, it was a great day. President Biden toured Ford's Rouge Electric Vehicle Center, where the new all-electric F-150 Lightning will be built, and built by the finest workforce in the world, the UAW. This is a great example of American ingenuity, but we stand at a pivotal moment for American manufacturing and where electric vehicles will be built. As you know, I'm leading legislation to expand the ATVM program to include medium and heavy-duty vehicles, and to modernize the ATVM to help develop supply chain manufacturing in the United States with American workers. I'm also working to update the domestic manufacturing conversion grants program to include plug-in electric vehicles and components. Secretary Granholm, what's your vision for how these programs, if expanded, modernized, and funded, can help create good, clean energy jobs for American workers? And what do you need from Congress to make that happen?
Yeah, you are hitting the nail on the head. You and I have talked about this. We share this vision. Tackling climate change doesn't mean just curbing transportation emissions. Of course, it does mean that, but it also means building a whole dynamic vehicle, building the zero carbon emissions, the vehicles that have zero carbon emissions. So, and the future of transportation. So it means not just retooling our vehicle factories, but making sure we've got robust supply chains, from components to batteries to critical materials. It means the U.S. government has got to lead by example in purchasing those fleets and helping to create a market. It means that states and localities have got to do the same thing. It means that we've got to help co-invest with some of these businesses to make it irresistible to locate in the United States. It means the tax credits that make manufacturing in the United States competitive. It means more than just cars and SUVs and pickups. It means medium and heavy duty trucks, as you've noted, and long haul trucks and ships for long distance shipping. And that means the ATVM program can do a lot of that. So I'll just back because I know.
So what I want you to do is to let us know specific policies that we should be doing in these next few weeks that are beyond what we're doing. For over a month now, it's been a couple months, we've had a working group, as you know, with the top environmental groups and labor groups connected to the automotive industry to iron out a framework of policies that'll help us transition to all electric vehicles while ensuring high quality domestic manufacturing's job in any infrastructure package. Yesterday, members of this group, CAP, Environmental Defense Fund, NRDC, Blue Green Alliance, Sierra Club, Union of Concerned Scientists, and the League of Conservation Voters sent a letter to the president outlining a number of these important policy priorities that I would now like to request, Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent to submit for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, earlier this year, I reintroduced legislation to create a clean energy and sustainability accelerator and was pleased to also see it in the President's American Jobs Plan. The bill would capitalize $100 billion nonprofit dedicated to deploying clean energy solutions in every state and addressing environmental injustice, with 40% of investments going to marginalized communities. Based on the experience of similar financing authorities across the United States, one we saw in Michigan, we know that the initial $100 billion investment will attract and spur an additional $900 billion in private sector investment over 10 years. Secretary Granholm, do you agree with that model, one that leverages the power of the federal government to attract private sector capital? Will it help expedite this transition to a clean economy?
1000%. This sort of clean energy accelerator, clean energy bank, if you will, it's a hugely promising strategy, both for deploying clean energy and especially in the communities that most need those benefits. I know they were looking hard at that, and this bill, your bill, inspired what was in the American Jobs Plan. I look forward to working with you to take advantage of your leadership on this and to advance this idea in the American Jobs Plan.
Thank you. So one last question very quickly. You know, the Edenville and Sanford dams in Michigan failed, a lot of problems. Mr. Molinar reintroduced the National Dam and Hydropower Safety Improvement Act of 2020. I could go into longer, but Secretary Granholm, while I recognize that FERC has main jurisdiction here, I was hoping you could tell me how DOE plans to support ongoing recovery efforts, as well as efforts to bolster safety procedures to prevent this kind of event from happening again.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously work with FERC on this, and we are very interested in making sure, as in all areas where we're seeing these kind of emergencies and breakdowns, how we can accelerate not just response, but prevention. And so I look forward to working with you on that as well.
Thank you very much. I have a ton more, probably give some of the record, but thank you for all you're doing. It's so great to see you here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, for allowing me to participate today. Just for clarification for the record, I'm John Joyce from Pennsylvania, Madam Secretary. Thank you for joining us here today. My first question is, do you agree that it is a strategic necessity for the United States to be energy secure?
Yes.
One of America's biggest energy assets is coal. And in fact, the United States has the largest coal reserves of any country. With 23% of total global reserves, according to BP's Statistical Review of Energy, Pennsylvanians and Americans from across the whole country understand that firsthand, if we are to stay energy secure, that we cannot afford to walk away from the resource of coal. Do you think, Madam Secretary, that there is a future for coal energy in the United States?
Well, I know it's not about my opinion. I know where the market is heading, and I know it's been devastating for many in coal country. And I know we want to continue to work on the technologies that help to make the CO2 emissions from coal be captured and sequestered, and to maybe use byproducts or look at coal for other critical minerals that might be inside of them. We also want to work with the communities to make sure that we are, for coal plants, for example, that may have shut down, is there a fuel switching opportunity that we can do there, and then attach CCUS to it. So these are really, I feel this deeply, because in Michigan, when I was governor and we were producing the internal combustion engine, we still do, but then we saw imports threaten us because of fuel economy standards. And then we had to migrate to car 2.0, the electric vehicle. And a lot of people, when the auto industry went through bankruptcies and everything, were left through no fault of their own without jobs, completely get this. And this is why the technologies associated with reducing carbon emissions can help communities who are looking to hold on to jobs and to have jobs, energy jobs of the future, to be able to thrive.
I too am very much interested in investing in carbon capture technology, as well as helping the coal communities with energy transition. Are you willing to invest in retrofitting coal power plants with carbon capture technology so that these communities don't need to undergo a transition and can continue their great job of powering our country?
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard one because you have to get the agreement of the private sector on this as well. I mean, carbon capture technology works best on, for example, or works well on natural gas. And I know the cost of it puts many coal plants at a disadvantage. And so it's a hard one, I know. And if it made sense from an economic perspective, certainly. It's just a question right now because of the way the market is headed, it makes it difficult. I want to do whatever we can to help these communities get on their feet. I want to do whatever we can to provide them jobs where they don't have to completely reskill, with jobs that are consonant with the skills that they have. Coal communities, miners, can we look at responsibly mining for critical minerals? Can we look at responsibly mining for geothermal, using the skills that people already have? Can we look at attaching technologies, doing fuel switching on coal plants so that you can attach CCUS in a more economical way? All of these things are things that we're looking at, and I look forward to working with you on.
I am deeply encouraged by technologies being developed, such as those that combine burning a mixture of coal and crop residue biomass with carbon capture and storage to provide cost-effective, net carbon negative electricity source that can be scaled to a commercial level. Coal produces the constant baseload power, which is truly the backbone of the American electric grid and keeps our country moving. It would be shameful to throw away this energy opportunity because of some people's preconceived ideas about coal. My time here is limited, but I know that we've talked briefly about what's important in this regard. Earlier, you testified in an exchange with Ms. Lesko that you would support a ban on imports of solar panels and batteries from China that have been manufactured by slave labor. Can we confirm in that exchange that you would indeed support a ban of those panels that were manufactured by slave labor?
I don't know that I used the word ban or that was the specific question, but I am concerned about the import of panels manufactured in China using slave labor, and I want to create a supply chain and jobs here instead of relying upon that.
Thank you. I think we're all concerned about these awful labor practices in the Chinese Communist regime. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair Rush, for allowing me to wave on to this important hearing.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Rush, for allowing me to participate in today's hearing. And Secretary Granholm, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for taking the time to testify about the important programs at DOE that our country relies on. We've covered a lot of ground today. I think I may be the last member to ask questions. So I really thank you for your insights and your consistent commitment to collaboration with the committee and the Congress on the objectives that we all share, from energy security to cybersecurity and so many issues that we've touched on today. As the hearing has demonstrated, there's great focus at this moment on energy innovation and new technologies to achieve our climate goals, our economic goals, and our national security goals. And I've heard many of my colleagues extend invitations to you to visit their districts, and I certainly would welcome the opportunity to welcome you to my district in Houston and show you the work that my constituents are doing in the energy capital of the world. Houston has long been the center of energy innovation and new energy technologies, and we've touched on several innovative technologies today. Just as one example, Mr. Doyle mentioned hydrogen. Houston is already home to 48 plants that extract hydrogen from natural gas and produces more than 1/3 of the US supply of hydrogen. Many of these programs are supported through essential R&D research at DOE. The department has long been a collaborative partner working hand in hand with private industry to advance so many of the technologies that show such promise today. So as we wrap up the hearing now, I just want to take the time that I have left to circle back on a particularly important area of innovation that you discussed briefly with Mr. Vesey and just now with Mr. Boyce, carbon capture technology. It's another place where people in Houston have really been driving innovation. And while you've spoken to the issue of DOE assisting coal and natural gas applications with support from existing DOE programs, I haven't heard much discussion nationally from the department when it comes to the downstream industry, as it might apply to petroleum refineries. So my question for you is, with the incredible expertise that DOE and the national labs have when it comes to CCUS, would you support expansion of existing programs for CCUS applications to refineries if Congress were to authorize new programs aimed at reducing emissions in the downstream sector?
Absolutely.
Terrific. Do you have any thoughts on what might be important for us to include to make that something that the department could expand?
You know, I think part of a lot of this, and again, this is so much of this is contemplated in the American Jobs Plan with these demonstration projects. So there are 10 of them that are related to CCUS, and there are 15 of them that are related to hydrogen. And some of them might be combined, right? There might be a hydrogen hub that includes CCUS, which, you know, it sounds like Houston and areas of Texas certainly are ripe to consider that. I think the funding out and the proof of concept of these demonstration projects, and many of them already well underway, as you have mentioned, allows for us to bring down the price and allows for then this technology to be taken to greater scale. Ultimately, we want to be the country that really has proven the case to reduce the cost for these technologies. And so funding these demonstration projects is such a pivotal step in getting there. We know the technology exists. We know that we have to reduce the cost. I would add green hydrogen in there as well, which uses electrolysis, and we want to reduce the cost of electrolysis in addition to the steam methane reforming that is attached on the hydrogen side. The technology associated with CCUS, it's all expensive technology. The more we use, the lower the price gets, the more we're able to put more technology on to places and reduce our CO2 footprint. So I'm excited to work with you on it, and I'm so grateful to you for raising this issue and for your leadership on it.
Well, thank you so much, Secretary Granholm. I appreciate your answer and your partnership. This is a matter of great importance to Houstonians, to Texans, and really all Americans. EIA data shows that our state's Gulf Coast refining capacity represents more than 1/3 of our nation's refining capacity. Dr. Moniz, among others, has identified our region as a great place to do these demonstration projects and really to advance these technologies. And I know it's something that the people who live and work in my district and throughout our region really are committed to doing and making sure that we stay the energy capital of the world. So I very much look forward to working with you on advancing these programs as we move forward to achieve our shared goals for our country and our planet. And with that, Chairman Rush, I know that I've gone beyond my time, so I may have additional questions to submit for the record. But I really want to thank you, Secretary Granholm, for your time today. It's been incredibly useful and important. And Chairman Rush, thank you so much for letting me participate. And I yield back.
The gentle lady yields back. And with that, that concludes the witnesses' questions. And Madam Secretary, I applaud you for your endurance and also for your information and for the extraordinary way that you answered the very, very tough questions that members of this subcommittee had. And I want to thank you again for participating in today's hearing. I must remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by the secretary who has appeared before us. And I ask Madam Secretary to respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. Before we adjourn, and I just request unanimous consent to enter unblock documents that have been referred to the committee. We got, according to my count, 9 documents that will be that I ask unanimous consent and they be entered into the record. Without objection, this request is so ordered. And at this time, the subcommittee stands adjourned.